Previously on You Can Beat Video Games. The world had fallen into ruins, but the returners were reuniting. In the depths of the Phoenix Cave, Locke Cole found the Phoenix Esper, a magicite crystal with the power to heal Rachel, allowing them both to finally move on. High atop Mount Zozo, we found Cayenne Garamond, and we got him to give up catfishing. We found Shadow wounded in a cave on the Veldt, and then recruited him at the Colosseum. From there, we traveled to the city of Gidor, where deep down in a haunted basement, we found Realm Aroni painting a demonic portrait. At the base of the Tower of Fanatics, Realm helped us to free her grandfather, Strago Magus. With our full party back together, we knocked the demon Doomgaze out of the sky, we fought a dragon at the opera, we hunted the elusive monster Hydon, and finally we rescued Cayenne from a never-ending nightmare. Now we must delve deep into the mysterious ancient castle in the tunnels below Figaro. What dangers await in this forgotten fortress? We'll find out today on You Can Beat Video Games. If you're new to the channel, we're doing deep dives on retro video games and giving you the professional strategies that can be used by the casual gamer. Please make sure to subscribe and check out YouCanBeatVideoGames.com for episode lists, news, and official You Can Beat Video Games merchandise. And please join our Patreon for access to an exclusive Discord community and a chance to vote on future episodes. Let's get started. All right, Final Fantasy VI, The Conclusion. We have a lot to cover here in the final part of the guide, so let's jump right into the game. To find the ancient castle, just ask the old man in the Figaro basement to move the castle, and when he encounters an odd stratum, stop and explore, then go out through this jail cell. It will lead here to this cave. It's a little bit coincidental that this cave and the South Figaro cave would both line up with the same jail cell, but I guess that's just what happened. There are definitely random encounters in this tunnel, and here we have 2 Figalies and a goblin. We brought Strago with us because there are many lores for him to learn here, but his level 5 Doom lore is also very useful. It can kill all Figalies on the screen in a single spell. They're level 45, and they have no resistance to it. Unlike the normal Doom spell, which always has a chance to miss, if a monster would be killed by level 5 Doom, it will always hit. Shadow learned everything that Modowin can teach him at the end of that battle, so we'll switch him over to Palador, and we're giving Locke Bismarck because he's getting close to leveling up, and when he levels up with Bismarck equipped, he will get +2 to his strength. Don't just hastily open up this next treasure chest without preparing first, because it contains a boss, the Master Pug. The Master Pug has a 33% chance to counter any attack with Step Mine, which is a lore that can deal significant damage. It always starts out with a basic attack on its first turn, and then if it takes a step forward, it will change its weakness. So you'll have to figure out what elemental spells to use against this guy, unless you use the better strategy of casting the sleep spell against him. If you catch Master Pug with a sleep spell fast enough, he may not be able to take a step at all, so you won't have to worry about elemental weaknesses. Even if he does, we can use non-elemental spells while he's asleep. An enemy will not wake up if you use a spell against it. Even something like Bahamut Sunflare, which seems extremely noisy, won't take the sleep status away. Watch for the Master Pug to wake up. You want to cast Sleep again right away so it has no chance to act. We're going to keep using Grand Train here. This is a good spell to use, and if you don't have any good spells to cast with a certain character, you can just have that character defend and let the ones that have better spells take care of this. You don't want to wake up the Master Pug too early. Our reward is the Gradius, which is a Dirk that has 204 power. This is a very powerful weapon that many characters can use, so it's a good one to pick up. The room that contains the Master Pug's chest was a dead end, so we'll head back the way we came, and it seems that we've come across another random encounter. This one's an Annuo, a Goblin, and a Figaliz. This monster formation is interesting because each of these monster types does something different when it's left alone on the battlefield, so depending on which monster you defeat last, you will experience their different set of attacks. The Annuo is weak against Pearl or Holy Magic and normally would just do a basic attack or use Slime, which can slow a character, but when left alone, it may use Clean Sweep, which is a lore that Strago can learn. Clean Sweep is a water-based spell that deals 50 spell power damage to all enemies on the screen, so that's a good one to know. When left alone, an Annuo may still use Slime, and it can also cast Aqua Rake, which is a weaker lore. Locke leveled up there, so we switched his Esper, and now he's up to 49 Vigor, and you can see that Strago is almost ready to level up, and that's why we have him equipped with the Zone Seek Esper, which can power up his magic. That chest contained an Ether, which is always nice to have. We will be needing a lot of magic power when we climb the Tower of Fanatics, so it's nice to have items like Ethers on hand. Here we have two Annuo, so we know what these guys are about. They will attack or use Slime, and Slime can slow one of our characters. If we leave one of them on the battlefield alone, it will have the ability to use more powerful water magic. But what we haven't seen yet is Cayenne's level 8 sword tech, so let's try that out now. It's called Cleave. Cleave has the potential to clear all of the enemies on the screen in a single shot. And that's what happened there. I don't love waiting for Sword Tech level 8 to charge up, so I don't use it very often, but it is very powerful if you have the patience for it. Strago leveled up there, so he doesn't need the Zone Seek Esper anymore. We'll switch him over to Phantom so that he can learn the Vanish spell. Down here we'll find a Wing Edge, and we already have one of these, but it doesn't hurt to have another one. It adds a bunch of stats, and it also has a chance to instantly kill an enemy that it hits. Here's a formation of enemies that we've seen before, so let's focus on the Figaliz this time. These enemies we know are vulnerable to level 5 Doom, and they're also weak against ice. They normally just do basic attacks, but they can use an attack called Gunk, which inflicts poison. When a Figaliz is left alone, it will stop using its basic attack, but it might still use Gunk. It can try to absorb hit points from your characters, or it can use a lore called Discord. Discord will cut the target's level in half. You can protect yourself from Discord with the Safety Bit relic, but the effect is not permanent. It will wear off at the end of battle. Discord mostly just affects the damage bonus that you get from your level, and it is a lore that Strago can learn. With those enemies out of the way, we're going to head down and to the right, and we want to go down these stairs. That will allow us to loop underneath, but first, we have to face this formation of enemies again, but this time we have them in a pincer attack. We have the advantage here, so we may be able to clear these guys out without them getting off too many attacks. We will have Strago cast level 5 Doom, which will defeat the Megalixirs, and then the Goblin is the only one left. And that's it. The enemies have been cleared and we can move on. We know that it's a good idea to cure the party between battles so that we're always at full health for the next fight. And when we look at our statuses, we have a small problem here. It seems that Cayenne and Shadow are both about to level up, but we only have one Esper that gives +2 to strength. So we're going to equip Cayenne with the Bismarck Esper for now, and we may need to make Shadow run away before this next battle finishes. Well, as it stands, we won't need to have any characters run away from these two NUO, because we're only going to get about 700 experience points per character, which is not enough to level up Cayenne or Shadow here. So we'll just fight these guys normally. They are weak against Pearl Magic, and our melee attacks will work just fine. Now, any monsters we encounter will be enough to level up both Cayenne and Shadow, so we are going to have to get a bit fancy with the next one. We'll head through the wall over here on the left, and that takes us over to this passage. And here we go, we have Goblin and 2 Megalixirs. So we want to queue up attacks for Locke, Strago, and Cayenne, and then hold R and L, and hopefully Shadow will run away before any of our characters do their attack and get their ATB meter filled up. And we did it just in time. Cayenne was getting close. Strago's level 5 Doom will take care of the Megalixirs, and if you leave a Goblin alone on the battlefield, it will start using the level lores. So it might use level 5 Doom, it may use level 4 Flare, and it could use level 3 Muddle. So if you need to learn any of those, this could be a good way to learn them. Coincidentally, the Goblin used the level 4 Flare there, and because Shadow is level 32, which is a multiple of 4, he would have been hit by it had he been on the screen, so running away actually served a second purpose there. Now that Cayenne has leveled up, we switched over the Bismarck Esper to Shadow so that he can get the +2 strength bonus, and then we cured the party. Later on in the game, we'll have a second Esper that can give you +2 to strength whenever you level up. In fact, we could find it in the ancient castle that we're about to explore, but we don't have it just yet, so for now, we'll need to improvise. Here we have this enemy formation again. It's worth noting that goblins are weak against holy or pearl magic, but they have extremely high magic defense, so even if you use those spells against them, it does not deal a lot of damage. You'll want to attack them with your physical attacks instead, and if you have the Illumina Sword, it hits very hard against the goblin. If you don't have the Illumina Sword, the Gradius that we got from the Master Pug is also a great choice for attacking the goblins. Shadow leveled up there, so we can switch him over to an Esper that can teach him some useful magic. We'll give him Pallador. And let's take a look at his status. 60 Vigor, 49 Vigor for Locke, 61 Magic Power for Strago, and Cayenne has a respectable 54 Vigor himself. This party's looking strong. There's a random Magicite in the chest at the bottom of this area, so grab that if you want it, and then we're going to head down these stairs, which takes us to a save point. This is a great opportunity to use a tent so that we can restore our hit points and magic points. And we can also save the game, but before we do, let's change around Shadow's equipment. The Gradius would be really good here, and we'll continue to use the Stunner. So we'll save, and then we'll continue through this tunnel, which leads to the passageway labeled B on the map, and that's going to bring us into the actual castle. There's a different set of enemies to face here, but many of them will look familiar if you've been through Cayenne's Nightmare. Both the Barbies and the Samurai are weak against poison-type magics, so the Bio spell could work very well here. Sorianders are weak against Pearl or Holy Magic, so you may have some of that with the Alexander Esper, but if you don't, you can just defeat them with some melee attacks. Your non-elemental spells like Grand Train will also work very well there. With those enemies out of the way, we'll be able to get closer to the castle, and when we do, we'll see this cutscene. Locke just says, "What the?" And suddenly we look into the past. Now, I'm not sure why the castle was underground. Maybe they built it underground in the first place, but the implication seems to be that 1,000 years ago during the War of the Magi, this place was decimated during an Esper attack. While the enemy forces appeared unstoppable, the castle was defended by a few Espers of its own. But as the siege raged on, many of the Espers fell, until there was only one left. Fresh out of options, the castle's defenses were left in the hands of Odin. Odin was strong, but he had been wounded. Wave after wave of enemies came, and he felled them all with his Atom Edge. Eventually, though, the battles took a toll on Odin, and when it came time to face the enemy's top general, he wasn't ready. Now, this battle takes place 1,000 years in the past, so I could be wrong, but I think this ghost is supposed to be the MagiMaster, which is a boss that we'll fight later in the game at the top of the Tower of Fanatics. The Master casts a break spell against Odin, petrifying him and removing him from the battle. And with that, we return to the present. Once Locke finishes telling the tale of the ancient castle, the party regroups and we regain control. We're not going to go into the main entrance yet. Instead, we're going to head over here to the left, but first we'll have to face 2 goblins. Goblins are highly resistant to magic, and we know that they use those level lore magics whenever left alone on the battlefield. Whenever they're not alone, they have a 66% chance of using a basic physical attack, or a 33% chance of using Zap, which is also a physical attack, but it deals 4 times as much damage. We haven't tried Sword Tech level 7 yet, and this one is called Quadra Slice. As you can see, Quadra Slice will make Cayenne perform 4 powerful attacks against the enemies, and 4 is a lot of attacks until we get the Genji Glove Offering combination, but we'll be able to do that very soon. Before you open this next chest, make sure that one of your characters is equipped with the Stray Esper, because this monster in a box is the Katana Soul. This enemy is actually quite dangerous, but if you cast the Stray Summon, it will become confused, and it will use Slayer Edge on itself, which will immediately end the battle. Now, if you have Gogo or Locke with you, they could try to steal from the Katana Soul first, and if you're very lucky, you may be able to get a Strato, but we already have a Strato, and it's possible to get another one, so it's not super necessary to do that. But what is important is that we got the offering for defeating that boss. The offering is one of the most powerful relics in the entire game. When equipped with the offering, a character will do 4 attacks instead of their usual 1. You won't be able to pick the targets, they will be randomly chosen from the enemies, but 4 attacks is a lot. If you combine it with the Genji glove, you'll get 8 attacks. So yeah, that is very powerful. Now, when using the offering, most weapons won't be able to use their special attacks, and it does reduce the amount of damage that each strike deals by 50%, but we're getting 4 attacks instead of the usual 1, so it's still a good deal. Now, here's some enemies that we haven't seen before. Boxed sets are weak against Pearl magic, and they mostly just use physical attacks, although their mirror orb will deal triple damage. If you leave one alone on the battlefield, it will be able to use some more powerful magic, including Cold Dust, which can freeze a character, and Meteor. So you'd rather not leave those ones alone. All of the enemies, including the Figaliz, are multiple of 5 for their level, so Strago's level 5 Doom can clear that entire formation. If you don't know level 5 Doom yet, it is very useful in this area, so you may just want to look for the Goblin enemies, leave one of them on the battlefield by itself, and just wait for it to cast level 5 Doom. It should do it eventually. Both Strago and Locke leveled up after that battle, so you can see that Strago is up to 63 magic power now, and Locke is up to 51 vigor. Very strong. Once you've picked up the Punisher from that chest, we can head up here through the main entrance, but before we can go in, we've been once again stopped by some enemies, and here we have the Barbie, Samurai, and Soriander combination once again. We've equipped Shadow with the Genji glove and offering relics, and you can see that in play right now. He attacked so many times that he defeated 2 of the 3 enemies, leaving only the Barbie behind. Strago casts a bio spell on her, and that finishes the battle. Well, that was easy. Shadow isn't even very high level right now, so you can really get a sense of the power presented by the Genji glove offering combo. Once we actually get inside the castle, there are some different enemies that we may encounter, including the lethal weapon, but here we just have the boxed sets and the Figalizes again, so we know what to do against these guys. This time the boxed set tried to use Mirror Orb, and that's a physical attack that deals 3 times damage, so it's good that Shadow was able to block it. Cayenne does not have a relic on that protects him from poison, so the Figaliz got him with the Gunk spell, but it's not that big of a deal. We can easily fix him up between battles. And here Strago will deliver the level 5 Doom, which defeats this entire group. So that's all you need to do to get rid of those guys. To get rid of the poison, all we need to do is equip the Ribbon relic, or any other relic that prevents poison. This will immediately remove the status, and we won't need to use spells or consumable items. Honestly, the damage dealt by the poison isn't that big of a deal, but it causes a blurring effect when we're walking around, which is very obnoxious. Interact with this statue to get the Odin Magicite. Odin teaches the Meteor spell, which is fine. It's not the best spell in the game, it's not the worst. But the most useful thing about Odin is it is the only Esper that can provide a bonus to speed when you level up. So if you want to build a very fast character, you need the Odin Esper. Building up a character's speed increases the speed in which their ATB bar fills up, so a faster character will get their turn sooner and more often. There's only one little problem with the Odin Esper. To unlock the Quick spell, which is one of the most powerful spells in the entire game, we need to convert the Odin Esper into Raiden, and once we do that, we won't have Odin anymore, and Raiden gives you +2 to strength whenever you level up, so we will no longer have an Esper that can raise our speed. So that means that if you're interested in making a very fast character, then you'll need to wait a little bit before you convert Odin over into Raiden. I'm going to show you where you can do the conversion. It's here in the ancient castle, but you may not want to do it right away. Press the button to interact with this spot 5 steps down from the right throne, and you'll hear a secret passage open up. Then you want to head down here into the library. Interact with this book and we'll find the Queen's Diary. In the diary, the Queen admits to falling in love with the Esper Odin. She says that she's going to bare her soul to him after the battle ends, but sadly it seems like she never got the chance. After picking up an X-Ether from a pot, we'll head down here to the basement. There are no random encounters down here, but there is a boss, the Blue Dragon. If you don't want to lose Interceptor, make sure that Shadow is not equipped with a relic that gives him the haste status. The Blue Dragon hates haste, and will use the Rippler spell to remove it if any character has it. Now, Rippler is a lore that we can learn, so we may be interested in casting haste on one of our other characters to trigger the Blue Dragon into using it. The Blue Dragon is weak against lightning magic, it absorbs water magic, and it always starts the battle by using the Clean Sweep lore, so if you haven't learned that one yet, you'll be able to now. Whenever the dragon gets its turn, if a character on our side has haste, it will use slow on itself and then cast Rippler, which will exchange statuses. Now the dragon has taken away Locke's haste ability, but also took away any other statuses that Locke had, positive or negative. It also gave Locke the slow status which the Blue Dragon had before. If the battle goes on long enough, the dragon will use Clean Sweep again, and it will continue doing so at regular intervals. Otherwise, it mostly just uses basic attacks or lesser water-based spells. The dragon has a 33% chance of countering anything with a basic attack, and when it gets down to about 16,000 hit points, it will gain the ability to use spells like Aqua Rake, which are really not that bad. With a flurry of strikes from Shadow, the Blue Dragon is defeated and fades out of existence. For our trouble, we'll get 10 magic points, and we'll also get the Scimitar. Let's talk quickly about the Rippler glitch. It's possible to transfer Interceptor, the dog, from Shadow to another character. We'll need an enemy to help us out, and these Reach Frogs are good for that, because after they do their jump attack, they have a good chance of casting Rippler against our party, and once one of them casts Rippler on Shadow, it will have stolen Interceptor. Now all we need to do is have Strago cast Rippler on that frog, and he'll be able to steal Interceptor for himself. Once we're out of the battle, you'll be able to see that Strago has Interceptor, and yeah, that enemy was not ready for the takedown. Now, I do not recommend that you use the Rippler glitch, because once you've transferred Interceptor to another character, if that character stays at an inn or uses a tent or something like that, they will lose Interceptor forever, and there's no way to get him back. There's also a statue down in the basement that will allow us to transform Odin into Raiden, but we don't want to do that just yet, So for now, we're going to head back out of the castle, but before we do, there are a few enemy encounters we haven't seen yet. We haven't seen this group of 4 box set enemies, but these guys are easy to get rid of by having Strago use level 5 Doom. So this rare monster encounter is not terribly exciting, but there is one thing about it that's worth mentioning, and that is that you will get 8 magic points for this encounter. And that is a lot of magic points for 4 enemies that are very easy to beat. Now 8 magic points is not as many as you would get from a Cactrot, but it's still nothing to sneeze at, that's for sure. And here, this is what we were actually looking for, the lethal weapon. With a 31% chance of appearing in this area, the lethal weapon is not especially rare, but it is unique. Like many other mechanical monsters, this guy is weak against lightning and water magic. However, it has automatic reflect status, so this is a good monster to use the clean sweep lore against. Remember that most lores cannot be reflected. Diffuser here is one of the lethal weapon's most powerful attacks. It deals lightning damage to the entire party, and if you don't have access to clean sweep, you'll mostly just want to use physical attacks against that guy. But in general, physical attacks are the theme of the ancient castle. Many of the monsters here are strong against magic, so it is highly recommended that you bring a team that can deal some physical damage. At this point, we've seen all the monsters that we want to see, and we've found all the treasures that we need to collect, so we're going to head back out. We'll use a tent here at the save point, we'll take a moment to save our game, and then we'll walk our way back into the Figaro Castle basement. Now, we've already seen all of the monster formations here in the tunnels, so I'm just going to skip ahead, and here we are back in Figaro Castle. We are still underground, so we need to talk to the old man over here on the left side and get him to move the castle forward. Unfortunately, whenever we started this process, we were only halfway to South Figaro, and our airship is back in the Colosseum area, so we're going to need to talk to the old man and get him to move the castle again. There's really not a whole lot we can do about it. We need our airship to move forward. So we'll move the castle again, and it will move slowly up across the desert, where it will bump into something, and we're just going to continue our journey again, so that we can finally emerge back in the Colosseum area, right next to our airship. Now that the castle is back up above the ground, we're free to explore it, and we can use the free inn before we go. So this door would have been blocked while we were underground, but now we can head over here to the left, and we will take a quick rest to restore our hit points and magic points. With the ancient castle mostly complete, all that's left are the 2 towers, the Tower of Fanatics and Kefka's Tower. We're going to do the Tower of Fanatics next. It's a challenging dungeon, and although it is optional, the reward is one of the best relics in the game, the gem box, so it's certainly worth the trouble. The tricky part about the Tower of Fanatics is that we can only use magic and items. You won't be able to use your basic attacks. Well, there's a few ways of getting around that, but for the most part, we'll only be able to use magic, and we won't be able to use a lot of our special techniques like blitz, tools, or stealing. Because of this dungeon's focus on magic, we want to put together a team of our best spellcasters. So we've chosen Locke, Celis, Terra, and Strago. For our equipment, We can no longer rely on the game to give us the best gear whenever you use the optimum command. It's a good starting point, but remember, in the Tower of Fanatics we won't be able to do attacks, so you want weapons like the Enhancer that increase your magic power. For armor and other defensive equipment, you want things that increase your magic blocking. That's going to be very valuable here, although the Minerva armor is excellent for Celes or Terra. For Espers, I highly recommend that someone equips the Phoenix Esper so that they can learn the Life 3 spell. You'll certainly want to know Life 3 by the time we get to the boss. For relics, hero rings or earrings are good, but we want to make sure that each of our 4 characters is equipped with a wall ring. And if you don't have 4 wall rings yet, well, we should go and pick up the remaining wall rings that we need, and we can do that over in the city of Albrook. Wall rings are important because they're going to protect our party from enemy magic attacks, but that's not all. A lot of the enemies in the Tower of Fanatics will cast Reflect on themselves, and then our best strategy will be to reflect spells off of our own party's reflect shields so that they bounce off of us and hit the enemies. The reflect spell can be dispelled or it can just wear off, so we want the permanent protection that is provided by wall rings. And they only cost 6,000 gold pieces each, so sell whatever you need to sell to make sure you have a full set. So once you purchase any more wall rings that you needed, make sure that you equip them over in the relic menu, and once everyone is good to go, we will make our way out of Albrook and we will take off towards the Tower of Fanatics. The Tower of Fanatics is called the Cultist's Tower in some other versions of the game, and you will certainly see why. There are a bunch of Cult of Kefka members marching around at the base. The tower is surrounded by mountains, so there was no way for us to reach it before we had the airship, and we'll touch down right in front of it, save our game, and head on inside. There are no monsters down here on the bottom floor, so you don't have to worry about getting into any encounters here. But once you go up that first set of stairs, well, the encounters have been turned on, and our first one is against 3 level 30 magics. First of all, these enemies are not level 30 at all, they're actually level 54. So that name is just a name and nothing more. The level 30 magics will try to use tier 2 magic against our party, and they are weak against poison. Anytime you attack them with any sort of spell, they will do some sort of counterattack, and there are 3 possibilities. They'll either cast Imp, Osmose, or Reflect. So be ready for those counters. Well, it didn't take long for us to hit another random encounter, and it's 3 more level 30 magics. Now, the real danger with these enemies is that they may use the Reflect counterattack, and then if we have spells that are queued up that are targeting them, they could get reflected back at our team. So what we're going to do instead is we're going to cast our spells on our own party so that they get reflected back onto the level 30 magics. Spells can't be reflected twice, so even if they had a reflect shield up, it wouldn't work. Whenever we cast an attack spell like Bio on our entire party, it's going to trigger 4 reflect shields, so there will be 4 hits of the spell on the enemies, and the game will choose random targets. Now, each spell will deal less damage than one single shot of it would, but it's very similar to trying to cast the spell against an entire group. Because we did it this way, we are triggering all of the counterattacks, but I have a feeling that most of these enemies, well, no, all of these enemies are dead, and so we were just getting their final counterattack before they faded out of existence. We've already looted most of the treasure from this tower in a previous visit, but if you stop here in the room on the 7th floor and try to encounter an enemy, it will always be 2 magic urns. Unlike almost all the other monsters that we'll encounter in this game, magic urns are actually friendly, and they will use helpful items on our party, and if we're lucky, they may even use an elixir or 2. Ah yes, this was very lucky. Now, after a few rounds, the magic urns will run away, but you can just keep trying to encounter them in this room if you want to get more bonuses. So while this room here on the 7th floor is not exactly a save point or a recovery spring, it is a place that you can stop if you need a little bit of help. The tower looks mostly the same as we keep ascending the stairs, but once we go up to this next floor, we will start to encounter some different enemies, so it really is not the same the whole way up. To protect against earth spells whenever we get to this part of the tower, we're going to cast Float on our entire party. Here we have an enemy variety pack, and it's the level 60 magic that prompted us to cast the Float spell. That's the guy that can potentially cast Quake. Level 60 magics can also cast W Wind, which has the potential to put the entire party in critical status. That combined with the Quake spell could annihilate our entire group, assuming we weren't already floating. Level 60 magics are weak against fire, as are level 50 magics, and that's because level 50 magics are undead, so they're also weak against holy and healing magics. The level 40 magic is the odd one out here. That guy is weak against lightning magic, although it's not resistant to fire in any way. Level 40 magics will counter you with the sleep or mute spells, but our wall rings should protect against those. As we keep climbing the tower, we find a different enemy variety pack, but this one's a little bit less powerful than the previous group. We've seen level 30 magics before, so let's talk about the other two. Level 10 magics are undead, so they're weak against fire, holy, and healing, and level 20 magics don't have any particular vulnerabilities, but they start with the reflect shield already on them, so we need to be bouncing spells against our own party to use magic against those guys. And we are victorious again. The names of the monsters do have one significance. If you take the name and multiply it by 100, that's how many hit points the monster will have. So level 10 magics have 1,000 hit points, and level 50 magic here has 5,000. Level 50 magics usually just use poison type spells against our party, but there is a 1 in 3 chance of them using Doom. Luckily, the wall rings will protect us from all of it, so there's not a whole lot to worry about against those guys. Locke learned the Flare spell at the end of that last battle, so we'll switch him over to the Alexander Esper, and then we will continue our ascent. Now this is obviously optional, but we're going to stop in this room here on the 17th floor, because there are some interesting monster encounters that we might find. If you're lucky, you'll run into the 2 magic urns or maybe a level 50 magic, and if you're a little bit less lucky, you'll encounter the dreaded level 90 magic. Level 90s have 9,000 hit points, and they use a lot of powerful spells that can go right through our wall rings. On each of its first 3 turns, a level 90 magic has a chance to cast Meteor or Merton, and also it could cast Flare, but that one is less of a problem. If it casts Merton 2 turns in a row, that could certainly fry our entire party, so you'll want to get rid of that thing quick. Level 90 magics are probably the most dangerous enemy that you'll encounter here in the tower, although we have characters wearing Minerva armor, which reduces the damage from Merton to 0, so unless that guy cast Meteor twice in a row, we were probably okay. As the screen transitions up to a higher level of the tower, we now face even more dangerous monsters. This time there's a level 70 magic in the mix. Of course, level 70 magics have 7,000 hit points, and this one vanished, which, genius strategy, actually will make it easier to hit with magic. Level 70 magics are weak to ice or water magic, and they are not immune to instant death. They start the battle with a reflect shield though, so you'll need to reflect spells back at them. They are immune to sleep, but this one got hit by a reflected sleep spell while it was vanished, so I do believe it took effect. You'll notice that Celes has been berserked here, and she has a spell queued up, so she is going to cast that spell, but then she'll start attacking. We'll lose control of Celes while she is berserked, but this is one way that you can do melee attacks here in the Tower of Fanatics, and it's probably a good time to mention that at least one of our characters needs to know the berserk spell for the strategy that I prefer to use against the boss. So if none of your characters know it, give one of them the Phantom Esper as soon as possible. This level 50 magic doesn't have any special attack patterns whenever it's left alone on the battlefield, so leaving it for last is not a terrible play. And with that, we win another battle. We learned a good number of spells at the end of that battle, but we'll keep climbing the tower for now. We didn't really take too much damage. And as we continue to rise up, we hit another monster encounter, but it's 2 magic urns. Now, there's only a 7% chance that we'll hit the 2 magic urns when we're climbing the tower out here, but it is very lucky when it does happen. I suppose these enemies could be very dangerous if we were some sort of undead monster squad, but we're a bunch of normal humans, so we are quite happy to receive the favors that the urns bestow upon us. That one was an ether, very nice, and then the second magic urn ran away, ending the fight. And from here we'll keep on climbing up, and we'll take a look in this room where there's a boss we haven't fought yet, the White Dragon. The White Dragon is not only the easiest of the 8 dragons to defeat, but it's one of the easiest bosses in the entire game. It only uses pearl magic against us, and our wall rings will just reflect it back. But it's even easier than that, because you can use the mute spell to silence this boss, and then it'll just do a whole bunch of nothing. The dragon has no particular weaknesses, but it does absorb holy magic, so just use any of your other attack spells against this guy and you will prevail. Every other turn, the dragon has a chance of casting Dispel, probably to try to remove our reflect shields, but unfortunately for the dragon, it can't remove the protection granted by the wall rings, so this almost does nothing. It'll just remove our float status, and we can cast it again after the battle is over. One interesting thing about the White Dragon is this is one of the few bosses in the game that will actually appear on the Veldt, and you can even learn the White Dragon's rage with Gau. The Veldt is a great place to try to steal a Pearl Lance from this boss. You can't exactly use your steal command here in the Tower of Fanatics. There is a way to steal items by using the Thief Knife, but for the most part, If you want to try to get some Pearl Lances from the White Dragon, you should try to encounter it on the Veldt. Now, we will get one Pearl Lance as our reward for defeating the dragon here in the tower, and we also will get to check it off of our list. Only 2 dragons are left, and they're both in Kefka's tower. Back outside, we've encountered some more random monsters, and we should probably cast the float spell again. Luckily, none of these enemies are going to use Quake against us, but it is a good idea to keep that spell active. Now, you'll notice that the level 70 magic absorbed damage from the Tri-Dazer, and that's because it's a 3-element spell, and while the level 70 magic is weak against ice, it absorbs fire damage, and the absorbing seems to take priority. You should also know that level 70 magics can counter whenever they get attacked, and they will counter with spells including Shell, Sleep, and Rasp. Rasp, which can drain your magic points, would be a lot more annoying if it didn't just bounce off our reflect shields. Don't be afraid to use a few items here and there to restore your magic points between battles, although if you don't have a lot of these items on hand, you could use the Osmose spell against most of the enemies out here. Just avoid using Osmose on undead monsters like the level 50 magics. So our wall rings will keep us mostly safe against these enemies, and I think that ice is probably the best magic to be using against them if you're going to use an element at all. Of course, if you know the Ultima spell, that will crush almost any enemy in this entire tower, and it goes through reflect shields, so you don't have to worry about any of that. But at the moment, we don't currently have the Ultima spell, so we're going to have to use some other magics instead. Fire magic was not the best choice for this formation. Due to the random nature of how reflected spells work, many of them hit the level 70 magic, which absorbs it. The wall rings just keep doing good work protecting the party from the spells here in the Tower of Fanatics. And now we'll reflect some magic onto this level 70 magic to end the battle. As this battle comes to a close, it's a good time to mention that none of the monsters here in the Tower of Fanatics give you experience points, so you will not be leveling up your characters as you climb the tower, but you do get a lot of magic points, so this is a great opportunity to learn a whole lot of spells. Developing your magic abilities is essential for winning here in the Tower of Fanatics, so don't forget that before we get to the top, it would be a good idea to have at least one character that knows the Life 3 spell, and at least one character that can cast Berserk. Now, if you don't have access to Life 3 because you haven't completed the Phoenix Cave yet, there are some alternate strategies that we can use. But before we get to the top, this time we've encountered a level 90 magic paired with a level 60 magic. Well, it's a good thing we cast that float spell. This is the most dangerous monster formation that we will see here in the tower. If a level 60 magic were to cast its Quake spell, and then the level 90 followed up with its Meteor or perhaps Merton, if we didn't have the float magic protection, there is a good chance that at least a few of our characters would die. Now, the Minerva armor protected Celes and Terra there, reducing the damage from Merton to 0, but if the level 90 magic had cast Meteor instead, the Minerva armor doesn't protect against that. Level 90s will do some counterattacks, and they can counter with Bolt 3, Stop, or for some reason Life 3, which is actually beneficial for our party. We should definitely do a bit of healing after that encounter, and Locke learned the Pearl spell so we can switch him to the Odin Esper. We will have Celes take care of the healing this time, and then we'll continue our climb. We are getting close to the top now. And here we have the level 90 magic with the level 60 magic again. Like many other monsters here in the Tower of Fanatics, level 90 magics begin the battle with an active reflect shield. They absorb earth, holy, and water magic, and I think they also absorb wind magic, but that's a little bit harder to test considering the constraints here in the tower. Level 90 magics do not absorb fire, and level 60 magics are weak against it, so hammer these guys with your most powerful fire magic spells. And there we see the beneficial Life 3 counterattack. One funny thing about the Life 3 spell is that it goes through reflect shields, so if one of our characters that the level 90 magic cast Life 3 on were to die during this battle, they would quickly come back to life. Of course, none of that matters after this guy takes 4 fireballs to the face, ending the battle and allowing us to move on. Although we definitely need to do some curing after that, the Meteor spell hits hard because it ignores magic defense. Luckily, those level 90 magics don't use more powerful spells like Grand Train or Ultima. If they did, well, we may have been in trouble there. And here we have 2 level 80 magics. We got caught in a back attack here, but luckily level 80 magics are not that powerful. This is the next evolution of the Smoking Woman character, and these ones hate it whenever one of our characters has a reflect shield active. It alters their attack pattern. See, level 80 magics would normally be casting bio or poison spells against our party, spells against which they themselves are weak. So they can't do that if we have reflect shields up, so what they try to do instead is cast beneficial magic up onto the reflect shield so that it will bounce back and hit the level 80 magics. Of course, sometimes they cast a spell like Life 3 that goes right through our reflect shields, and then that plan highly backfires. And really, when our enemies are just casting curative magic on themselves, that doesn't actually hurt our party. So a pair of level 80 magics, that is not a problem for us. And there it is, we've reached the top, but there are still random monster encounters up here, so you do want to be prepared for that. Now, I'd hate for our climb to be cut short by this dangerous combination of enemies, so we're going to unload some fire spells against them, and hopefully we'll be able to defeat the level 90 magic before it can cast Meteor a second time. If it does, that could be disastrous. Chances are we'll be fine, but whenever a level 90 magic starts the battle with the Meteor spell, suddenly the chances of our party being wiped out by a second Meteor spell go up to about 33%. Although now that it countered with Life 3, even in the worst case scenario, Strago will come back to life and may be able to finish the fight. I'm just hoping that this volley of Bolt 3 spells will be enough to win, and it was. So we got out of there alive, and now we can head inside where we will find the Gem Box. This is an amazing relic that allows the wearer to cast 2 spells in a single turn of combat. Now, if we want to keep that Gem Box, we're going to have to defeat a boss. I do not recommend keeping the Cursed Shield equipped during this next battle. This is going to be a long one, and you don't want that Condemn effect. Now, I also equipped Locke with the Thief Knife so that he can try to steal from the next boss, and that's why we'll equip the Sneak Ring to help out with that. And we do not want him to have a wall ring, because the only way he will be able to attack with the Thief Knife is if we cast the Berserk spell on him. Definitely make sure that your characters are healed up before this next battle, and that they have enough magic points. If you run out of magic during the fight, you can osmose some magic points from the boss, but would like to start the battle with plenty of magic to use. As soon as we try to step down here, our way is blocked by the cultists that we saw at the bottom of the tower. Are these the guys that are creating the magical field that doesn't allow us to do normal attacks? Perhaps. Or maybe, just maybe, it's this guy. This ghost may have been the monster that petrified Odin at the ancient castle back in that battle over 1,000 years ago. But now, we'll have a chance to avenge him. The MagiMaster has a ton of health, and anytime we use magic against it, it will do a wall change, which will change which element that it is weak against. There are a few strategies that will work here. First of all, if all 4 of our characters have wall rings on, we can just not cast any magic against the MagiMaster at all, and it will keep reflecting spells off of our party back onto itself, and those spells will deal damage because it will never do the wall change. Also, spells that don't have any sort of elemental properties can work, especially Ultima. Ultima works great against this guy, but we don't happen to have it just yet. But I think the best strategy is to open up the battle by casting Berserk on the MagiMaster. This will stop it from using wall change, and it will also stop it from casting spells. Now the boss will just do weak attacks against our party, and we can use whatever magic we want against it without worrying about its weakness. Now that we've used the Berserk spell to effectively neuter the boss, we can cast Berserk on Locke, or also it would work on Shadow, and because he is equipped with the Thief Knife, now whenever he starts attacking the MagiMaster, there will be a chance that he'll do a steal. If you are very lucky, you may be able to steal a crystal orb from this boss, which is a relic that can increase your maximum MP by 50%, and if you're not as lucky like we were here, you may be able to also steal an elixir, which isn't terrible. Now this boss seems easy, but whenever you kill him, he does this. He casts Ultima as a death attack, and Ultima deals a ton of damage while ignoring magic defense, and it always hits. So the best way to keep your party safe from Ultima is to cast Life 3 on at least one of your characters, if not all of them. After we get hit by Ultima, we'll just come back to life. Now, if you don't have Life 3, there are a couple of other strategies you could try. One is to stay on top of how much health the MagiMaster has left. We want to reduce this guy's HP down to a very low number. Something like 400 or fewer points would probably be good, and the lower the better, but we don't want to actually kill him. This guy's berserked, so he's not casting magic against us or changing the wall, and we're just going to use weak spells like Fire 1 or Bolt 1 so that we can chip away its health. It has 1366 left right now, so whenever we hit it again, we'll do a bit of math and see if it's time, because once this guy's life is way down to almost nothing, it will be time to cast the Pallador Esper. Now, Pallador makes all of our party members do a jump attack, and this is what it looks like here. They get picked up by a bird, and then one by one they will drop down on the MagiMaster, dealing damage. Now for this battle, I equipped Locke with the Dragon Horn so that he may be able to deal additional attacks, and it looks like we got 3 this time, so that's pretty good. We want this guy to die while at least one of our party members is still up in the sky, so that 3 of our party members or fewer will be killed by the Ultima, but that last character up in the sky will survive and win the battle. Now, if you don't have Palador or Life 3, you could defeat this boss by draining its magic points down to 0. Like many other bosses in this game, whenever you drain its magic completely, it actually will die. And if it dies with no magic points, it won't be able to cast Ultima. The problem here is that this guy has 50,000 magic points, so to defeat it, we're going to have to use Rasp like 100 or more times. And every time we do it, this guy uses his wall change. So I'm just going to skip ahead here to the end of the battle. Keep using Rasp. Whenever your MP gets very low, you can use Osmose. But you can see whenever he is fully drained, he'll try to use Ultima, but he won't be able to. Draining the MagiMaster's magic points all the way down to 0 does take forever, but that is by far the safest strategy to use against that boss, and considering we had to climb this entire tower without using any save points, sometimes the safe strategy is the best. If you had to unequip your cursed shield for that boss fight, I can assure you that it will remember how many battles you fought while the shield was on, and unequipping it occasionally does not work against you. Now, the really bad news is that we still have to walk all the way back down to the bottom of the tower, and we're still going to hit random monster encounters along the way, so make sure that you are ready for them. Now, we've seen these two types of monsters before, but we haven't seen them together, and this is a dangerous encounter because sometimes the level 80 magic will cast haste on the level 90 magic, and then it's going to be faster, giving it more chances to cast a meteor against us. The level 80 might also cure the level 90, which can make the battle drag on longer, and the longer this battle goes on for, the greater the chances are that our party could get wiped out. Big poison spells like Bio work well here, and will even cause extra damage over time if they hit their target. Whatever you do, make sure that it's powerful because we just want to end this battle as soon as possible so that we don't get double meteored. Once the level 80 is out of the way, it shouldn't take too much more to win this one. And here comes a big volley of Bolt 3s. Will it be enough? It was. We'll take our 10 magic points and continue down the tower. Something that you could try is using the Charm Bangle relic. That will reduce the number of encounters that you'll hit as you go down the tower, but it's nowhere near as good as the Moogle Charm, which reduces them to 0. We'll definitely still hit enemies as we go along here. Now, before I skip ahead to the bottom of the tower, let's do one more battle and take a look at some of the things we can do with the gem box. The gem box gives a character the opportunity to cast 2 spells in a single turn, and there's only a few downsides to this. The biggest one is that you will no longer be able to use your Esper summons while you have the gem box equipped. That's not that big of a deal, but it can be annoying if it was something you were hoping to do. Also, you have to queue up 2 spells whenever you're using the gem box, and if you don't have enough magic points to cast the second spell after you cast the first one, the game will still let you queue it up, but you'll get a not enough magic points message, and the second spell won't actually happen. So when you're using the gem box, you need to pay a lot of attention to how many magic points you have. Sometimes it's a good idea to cast 1 spell followed by Osmose, so that you'll do your first spell and then you'll be able to refill your magic points with the second one. The gem box will get even better when we learn more powerful magic spells like Ultima and Quick, so we will be very happy to have it moving forward. And for now, let's just skip ahead to the bottom of the tower. And once you get down here, there are no more random encounters, and we can finally leave this dungeon behind. Before we move on, I'm going to save the game because there's a guy at the base of the tower that promises to give us a clue for 100,000 gold pieces. We have the money, so let's see what it is. He tells us about the ancient castle and also that there's a man in Narsh looking for us. Now we're going to reset and reload to get our money back, but to be fair, if you didn't already know about the ancient castle or about the guy in Narsh that gives you the Ragnarok, paying 100,000 gold pieces for that info would certainly indicate that that information was important. In a small house north of Doma Castle, it's Gau's father. He's still looking for a repairman, and we can still sleep in the bed in his house to restore our hit points and magic points. But I think it's about time that Gau reunited with dear old dad. And if you want to see a special but sad cutscene, you need to make a party that includes both Gau and Sabin. I'm not sure why Sabin is so important, but it will not work without him. So we can talk to any character on the Falcon to make a new party, and we'll make sure that that party includes both Gau and Sabin, and we can put whoever else in there that we want. We'll do Terra and Locke. Now we're just going to land near that little house, and we'll see what happens when Gau and his father meet for the first time in so many years. Do you think that they'll recognize each other? Sadly, the old man doesn't recognize Gau. He does remember Sabin from earlier in the game when he thought he was some sort of repairman. Gau's father doesn't even notice his son, and although I've never heard of a Final Fantasy paternity test, Sabin seems quite confident that the two are father and son. They must have matching ponytails or something. It's then that Sabin says what we've all been thinking. It's time for a makeover! That's right. We're going to head over to G-Door and do a She's All That on Gau. I love this part where Sabin is trying to teach Gau table manners, and he's just messing everything up as you would expect Gau to do. And then it looks like Terra and Celis and maybe even Cayenne are trying to pick out a new outfit for the kid. Cayenne picks out a jaunty hat, while Setzer stands in the corner observing. The first outfit that they put together for Gau does not go over very well. It's clear he doesn't like it. Setzer suggests that they should order Gau a set of clothes that look a lot like his own, and it's a shame that we don't actually get to see what that looks like, because I bet it would be pretty funny. Well, I hope you had a good time with Gau at the store, because this is where the story takes a turn. The group enters the old man's house. Gau is full of energy. He's just so ready to finally reunite with his old father. But whenever they tell the man that Gau is his son, he denies that he had a son at all. Then he tells a really messed up story about how he had a dream where he had a child and he abandoned it on the Veldt. We all know that this really happened, but this guy is in complete denial. I'm not sure if he's mentally ill or if this is just his way of coping with the terrible thing that he did. We probably will never know the truth, and we'll also never know what happened to Gau's mother. It's all a mystery. In any case, the reunion does not go as planned. But Gau doesn't want Sabin to hurt his father. Instead, he just walks out of the house. The old man may have denied that Gau was his son, but Gau isn't sad. Instead, he's just happy that his father is alive and that he survived the apocalypse. The whole thing is very heartbreaking. And that ends the story of Gau and his father. If you go back into the house on the Veldt now, the old man just says the same old thing about the repairman. We can still use his bed if we want to restore the party's hit points and magic points, but that's all there is for Gau and his dad. We are getting very close to the end of the game now, but before we head off to Kefka's tower, it's about time that we removed the curse on the cursed shield so that we can get the all-powerful Paladin shield, and we can also learn Ultima, the best attack spell in the game. If you took the Ragnarok Esper earlier in the game, you probably already have several characters that know the Ultima spell, but even if you did, the Paladin shield is a great piece of equipment, and it's a good idea to get it. The fastest way to win enough battles to remove the curse is to fight the absurdly easy to defeat enemies on the solitary island. For a battle to count towards removing the curse, at least one of your characters needs to be equipped with the cursed shield, and you need to get at least one magic point from the battle. Those are the only things that matter. Gogo cannot remove the curse because Gogo doesn't actually get magic points, so make sure someone else is carrying the shield. These peepers are so easy to defeat that you don't really need to pay that much attention to the game, and you can maybe do something else at the same time. I had to do slightly over 100 battles here on the solitary island to break the curse, but it didn't really take that long to do. Maybe about an hour. You'll know that you've done it when you see a message that says Dispelled Curse on Shield at the end of a battle, so keep your eyes open for that. The Paladin shield is just absurd. Let's take a look at it compared to the Genji shield, and you will see how much better it actually is. Not only does it provide good defense, and magic blocking, but it also absorbs fire, ice, lightning, and pearl magic, and you won't take any damage from earth, water, wind, or poison while you're wearing it. Wearing the Paladin shield can make a character nearly invincible. There is a large percentage of monsters in this game that can never damage a character wearing the Paladin shield. Now, the next thing I want to talk about is power leveling, but we need to get some stuff from the Colosseum first. One of the best characters for fighting in the Colosseum will always be Gogo. I love that we can customize Gogo's actions from the status menu, making them so much more consistent in the random Colosseum fights. For this fight, we're going to give Gogo the Paladin shield, and also the Hero Ring and the Running Shoes relics. Then in the status menu, we're going to change all of Gogo's actions to Sketch, so we'll have Mimic and 3 sketches. We are going to bet our Tintinabar, which is a relic that we haven't really used very much, and it's possible to get more Tintinabars if we really want another one. And when we wager it, if we win here in the Colosseum, we'll be able to get another experience egg. We already have 1 experience egg, but for power leveling, it would be nice to have 2 so that we could potentially do 2 characters at the same time. This battle is against a Dark Force, and Dark Forces like to open up the fight with level 5 Doom, so make sure Gogo's level is not a multiple of 5. Whenever Gogo uses Sketch, the Dark Force will be copied, and it always uses level 5 Doom, which will automatically win the fight. So that one is pretty easy. We don't need a whole lot of luck to win there. The Colosseum can be random at times, so we will save our game, and we need to purchase some more items to wager, and the ones that we're looking for are sold in the town of Miranda. So Miranda is down here near that strip of desert where you can fight cactrots. And we will hop inside, and we are looking for the weapon shop, so we'll work our way around the town. And the item that we want to buy here is called a Falchion, and we want to buy several of them because we can use them to get flame and ice shields in the Colosseum. We'll stock up on Falchions, and once we have a bunch of them, we'll head back to the Colosseum. But before we go inside, we're going to change up our party, because instead of Go-Go, this time we're going to use Shadow to fight the battle. Shadow is able to equip some weapons that can instantly kill whatever they hit. So that's the plan for this next battle. We want to give him the Genji gloves so that he can equip 2 of these. And it would also be a good idea for him to have the Memento ring, which is essentially the same as the safety bit, but only Shadow or Realm can equip it. We want him to use the Assassin and Striker weapons. So we're going to make sure that we've saved the game recently. This battle could certainly go awry, and then we'll head on into the Colosseum. If things don't go the way we want them to, we can always just reset and reload, but we'll see what happens. We're going to bet a Falchion and let Shadow take it away. This battle is against an outsider, and we equipped the Memento ring because of spells like X-Zone, and the Memento ring will keep Shadow safe from those. The outsider can hit hard with its Tack Star, but as long as it's not using that technique, we should be okay. Hopefully Shadow will stop casting spells and will just use an attack. Oh, and there's Tack Star. We certainly can't survive very many more of those, but we can survive as many X-Zones as this guy wants to do. And that's what we were looking for. In a single attack, Shadow won the battle. And we got a Flame Shield. Now, if we go and bet that Flame Shield, we can turn it into an Ice Shield. And we would like to have several of both of these before we start power leveling. This Iron Hitman is much easier to defeat than the outsider, and most of our characters could probably win this battle. Hopefully Shadow will stop casting pointless spells and will use something that can actually clear this guy. And because he's equipped with the Memento ring, Discord will not work against Shadow. And there it is. The Hitman is defeated, and we got the Ice Shield. Now, I do recommend that you save the game and get several Flame Shields and Ice Shields, but let's take a look at what we can do with them. Flame Shields and Ice Shields can be used as consumable items, and when used that way, they will cast very powerful magic, even if we have a low-level character doing it. So if we want to power level a character that's under level 40, like Locke here, we will make a party with just Locke, and we're going to equip him with the Experience Egg and all of our best gear. Locke is currently level 36, but this power leveling strategy would work even if his level were significantly lower. We're going to give Locke the Phantom Esper so that he can cast its Fader magic, and once he's done that, we are going to switch him over to a different Esper so that he'll be able to experience some good bonuses when he does level up. Don't forget to equip an Experience Egg. We do currently have 2 Experience Eggs, and while you could equip both of them, the second one does not have any effect. So just 1 Experience Egg per person. This is the forest near G-Door, but we don't want to fight a battle in the forest just yet. Fight one out here on the plains or in the wasteland first. And here's a battle now. This one is 2 Gecko Rex and a Reach Frog. That should work just fine. But it does seem like we don't have any magic points, so we will use the Osmose spell to steal some from the enemy. And that should take us back to full. Nice. Once we have more magic points, we're going to cast Fader, so we will cast Phantom's Esper Summon, and there it is. Once Locke has vanished, we're not going to finish this battle. We don't want to level up while we have Phantom equipped, so just run away. The difference between the Vanish spell and the Fader ability from Phantom is that this invisibility persists between battles, so you can see Locke is currently vanished. Now we want to save the game, and it's time to take a battle here in the forest. Here we have 4 Reach Frogs, and this is what we were looking for. Well, one of the things we were looking for. Against Reach Frogs, you want to use the Ice Shield. It will automatically target all of them, and it's going to do big damage. And you can see how powerful the Ice Shield is against those Reach Frogs. We got 6,200 experience points for that, which when doubled is 12,400. If you meet some Mantodias, that's even better. These are the ones that we need to use the Flame Shield on. The Mantodias are a bit more rare, but when you defeat them, you get over 9,200 experience points, which when doubled is about 18,400 experience. And you can see that Locke is now level 40. I'm interested in building Locke as a fast character. That's why we've had him equipped with the Odin Esper whenever he's been leveling up. We're trying to increase his speed. Before we do some serious power leveling, we're going to make a quick pit stop at Gau's father's house. The least he can do for us is let us stay in the bed here, and we will restore Locke's hit points and magic points, although this would remove his invisible status, so you'll need to cast the Fader magic again. In the forest near G-Door, there was not a lot that the enemies could do to you while you're vanished. If the battle went on too long against the Reach Frogs, they would eventually start casting spells, but for the most part you would be safe. Over here, we're going to use a similar strategy, but we will not be as safe, so make sure that you are saving the game frequently. The oddly shaped forest east of Gau's father's house contains some of the most powerful monsters in the entire game, many of which are even worse than some bosses. We're going to take a battle outside of the forest first, and whenever we do, we're going to cast Phantom's Fader magic, and then just like before, we're going to run away. We want to make sure that we switch our Esper over to something that will give us a better bonus, and we are still trying to pump up Locke's speed, so we will use Odin. Make sure that your hit points and magic points are reasonably high, and we're going to give Locke the Gem Box because that's our best way of defeating these monsters. And here we go, we're going to try to take a battle inside the forest. There are 2 different monster types that we may encounter here, and the more common is this Tyrannosaur. This dino can cast Meteor, which will remove our Vanish status, and then we will be very, very vulnerable. The easiest way to beat one of these is to use Vanish Doom with the Gem Box. You can cast both spells in a single turn. A single Tyrannosaur is worth 8,800 experience points, which is over 17,000 when doubled with the experience egg. In the forest, Brachiosaurs are much less common, and they are much more dangerous. You want to try to Vanish Doom them as quickly as possible, and if you're lucky, you'll have time to do it before you get sneezed out of the battle, or worse. The worst thing that can probably happen is if they use Disaster, because that will not only remove our Vanish protection, but it will cause many bad status effects. This battle is almost certainly going to be a loss. And this is why you want to save your game frequently. At any time you can end up on the bad side of some RNG, and then there's a Brachiosaur casting Ultima against you, and there's not a whole lot you can do about it. Annihilated. Sometimes you'll meet two Tyrannosaurs at the same time, and you will always be surrounded by them. The best way to defeat two of these guys is to double cast Ultima. Even in a pincer attack like this, Ultima will still hit both monsters, and 2 blasts of it should be enough. Double Ultima is also a good option against a single Tyrannosaur if you feel like Vanish Doom is cheating. But if you can beat 2 of those guys, you will get 17,600 experience points, which is over 33,000 when doubled up with the experience egg. You can level up as many of your characters as you want here in the Dinosaur Forest, but now that we've brought Locke up over level 75, it's about time that we started stealing some important items, so that's what we're going to do next. Now, obviously we need Locke to do the stealing, or perhaps we could use Go-Go, whichever one has a higher level, but we're also going to bring along Realm, and I'm going to equip Realm with the Paladin shield so that she can learn Ultima. The more characters to know Ultima, the better, but we're also going to equip her with an experience egg so she can level up, and even more importantly, we're going to give her the fake mustache. Giving Locke the sneak ring to improve his chances of stealing something is also a good idea, but it's not 100% mandatory. Still, it should make this go a lot faster. We're also going to equip Realm with the Phantom Espers so that she can cast the Fader Summon spell for a bit of protection. Once everyone's ready to go, we're going to land near the Dinosaur Forest, but we're not going to go into it. The enemies that we're looking for are out here on the plains. We'll save the game and take some random encounters. The enemy that we want to steal from is called a Tumbleweed, but here's a pair of Sprinters and some Spectors. These are not the droids we were looking for, but it's still a good opportunity for us to get set up. We'll have Realm cast the Fader Summon, granting us that Vanish protection, and then we'll have Locke cast Osmose on the Sprinters so that he can top off his magic points. Magic points could be useful moving forward. Once everyone's ready to go, we'll run away and we will look for a different monster encounter. Now, we haven't done much with the fake mustache yet, but Realm's control ability is extremely useful. It doesn't just confuse an enemy so that it will attack its allies. No, it is way better than that. Realm will take control of the enemy and will be able to hold control of that enemy for the remainder of the battle, assuming that the controlled enemy doesn't take physical damage. Control doesn't always work, but whenever it hits, it is locked in, and because Locke's steal ability doesn't deal any damage, we will be able to keep stealing from that enemy as much as we want until we finally get the item. Now, controlling these tumbleweeds is not that important because the protection that we're getting from the Vanish makes it impossible for these guys to damage us. So we are safe right now, and Locke could just keep stealing as much as he wanted anyways. Eventually, we should be able to get a titanium helmet from each one of these tumbleweeds, and if we take enough time, we'll be able to get 4 of them before the end of this battle. The titanium is just one piece in a set of armor for imps, and we're going to try to get the full imp set here, so the next piece that we're looking for can be found here on the plains near G-Door. The enemies that possess the tortoise shield are called Gecko Rex, and if you get this enemy formation, you want to get rid of that Reach Frog right away, so just take that guy out immediately. And we got the control, so we're going to try to steal. Oh, we got it already. We got one tortoise shield from the active Gecko Rex, and now we can just get rid of that guy, and we can steal as many times as we want from this other one, as long as we don't deal any physical damage to it. We can try to have it cast Break on itself, or you can just keep skipping Realm's turn. Now I'm going to speed this up a little bit because it could take a lot of tries, or it could only take a few. We got the first tortoise shield pretty quickly, but this one is taking a little bit longer. Still, there is no other item we can steal from this guy, and there it is. We got 2 tortoise shields out of this battle, and if we want a set of 4, we just need to find this enemy formation again. The tortoise shield is the second piece of the imp set, but the imp's armor is possessed by the Tyrannosaurs over in the Dinosaur forest, so this is a little bit more dangerous to obtain. Still, we can use the same control tactic against these dinosaurs that we used against the other enemies. Make sure to save your game because battles in the dinosaur forest can definitely go awry. And we're looking for Tyrannosaurs, so it should be pretty easy to find at least one of them. And here we have found 2. And does Locke not have the Vanish on? Okay, it just took a second for it to take effect. Luckily, the T-Rex's vision is based on movement. When there's 2 Tyrannosaurs, you want to have Realm try to control one of them while Locke gets rid of the other one. And now that we have the control on this Tyrannosaur, we can just have Realm keep casting slow when she gets her turn, or you can just skip her turn, either way, but we will be able to steal from it as many times as we need to get the Imp's armor. Now, if you're trying to assemble an Imp squad, you'll want to get 4 Imp's armors, and you may even want to pick up a few extra sets to wager at the Colosseum. The last piece of the Imp set is the Imp Halberd, and those are often dropped by Tyrannosaurs, so these enemies serve double duty. It looks like we got one here, but we already had a whole bunch of Imp's Halberds from leveling up before. Now, if you run into a Brachiosaur, you can still use the same control tactic, and if we're lucky enough to control this guy before it can do something awful to us, well then we can steal as many times as we want against this powerful enemy, and once it works, we'll be able to get a ribbon. So Brachiosaurs are essentially an infinite source of ribbons. If you want to get a set of 12 of them so that you can equip all of your characters with a ribbon in Kefka's tower, you can do that if you meet enough Brachiosaurs. Now that we have the ribbon, we just need to finish this fight, so we'll let Realm's ATB bar fill up. We'll have the Brachiosaur use its special attack against itself, and then we'll have Locke hit it with Ultima. Hopefully that will be enough, but this guy has a lot of hit points, and yeah, it looks like we're going to have to do Ultima again. Now, Locke is very fast, so he was able to get his turn one after another there, and this time it was enough to seal the deal. Alright, we got 10 magic points as well, pretty good. We now possess all of the Imp items, so let's see what they do. We're going to give Realm the Dragon Horn and Dragoon Boots relics, and we can also try the Genji Glove offering combo with Locke, but I think that the Dragon Horn Dragoon Boots are actually better in this situation. So we'll equip some Imp Halberds, Titaniums, Tortoise Shields, and Imp's Armors. And these items will not have as much of an effect until our characters have been transformed. So we'll use the Imp spell on each of our characters, and then we'll take a look at their status. Locke is sporting a battle power of 510, and Realm, look at that defense, 245. Not a whole lot is going to be able to get through that. We'll put these two imps to the test against some of the most dangerous enemies in the game. Do you think they can hang with a Tyrannosaur? We're about to find out. So here is Locke doing 8 attacks with the Offering and Genji Glove. Pretty good, but honestly, I think that the jump attack might be better. Not only does it deal extra damage because Imp Halberds are spears, or I guess they're called lances in this game, but it also takes the character out of harm's way for a moment while they're up in the air. So the Imp items are legitimate. They can take some of your weaker characters and make them into powerhouses, which is exactly what we might need whenever we have to split up into 3 parties at Kefka's tower. Before we do that, there's a few more things that I'd like to show here at the Colosseum, and one of the best strategies we can use is to equip 2 white capes and then a bunch of armor that increases magic defense. So we'll give Locke a force shield, we'll give him the Bard's hat, and then we'll give him the force armor, bringing his magic block up to 162. In this version of the game, magic blocking will protect our character from both magic and physical attacks, so it's going to be hard for anything to hit Locke now. If we bet one of our titanium helmets, we'll face a Brachiosaur, which sounds crazy, but this guy is very easy to beat in the Colosseum. And you'll notice that Locke stole a ribbon from this thing, which we actually get to keep. Now, I don't know who, if anyone, is officiating the fights here in the Colosseum, because there doesn't seem to be any rules. Could you imagine watching a UFC fight where one guy stole the other guy's shoes, and the announcers were just like, well, you know, by law, those are his shoes now. In any case, with such high magic blocking, the Brachiosaur won't be able to hit Locke, and here in the Colosseum, it doesn't have access to its more deadly attacks. It only does swing or a basic attack, neither of which is going to penetrate Locke's magic defense. So really all we need to do is wait for Locke to decide to attack this thing, and we should be able to end this battle rather quickly. Ice 3 was a good choice. Nice one, Locke. Now, the item that we're going to win here is the Cat Hood, and this is a special helmet for Realm. The Cat Hood gives Realm bonuses to magic and speed, which is already nice, but it also provides resistance to earth, fire, ice, lightning, holy, and wind. And at the end of battles, if someone is wearing this thing, you'll get twice as much money. This even works if enemies steal your money and you get it back at the end of the battle. It will still be doubled by the Cat Hood. Now, if you think that's cool, the item that you can win whenever you wager the Cat Hood is even better. We'll step outside so we can save our game just in case something goes wrong here. But the trick to this battle is casting the float spell on your hero before you start, and you'll want to equip either the Paladin shield or the Thunder shield. You'll also want to keep on most of that equipment that raises your magic blocking. Of course, if you're playing a later version of this game, you might want gear that increases your evasion instead. But in this one, we want magic blocking. Wagering the Cat Hood will give us a battle against a Hoover for a question mark prize. Now, because we're floating, Quake will not work against Locke, and the Paladin shield would protect against Sandstorm. The reward here is the Merit Award, and this is an incredible relic that will allow characters to equip weapons and armor that they would not normally be allowed to use. This is especially useful with Gogo or Gau, who are normally very selective in what they can equip. Gau usually can't use weapons at all, but with the Merit Award, at least in this version of the game, he can. For our next fight, you want to make sure that whatever character you choose to challenge the Steroidite is equipped with the Paladin shield or the Ice shield and a safety bit relic. This guy uses a technique called Blaster, and the safety bit will protect against that. And this guy can also use the Blizzard attack, which will be protected with the Ice shield. Otherwise, this guy can only do physical attacks, which we will hopefully be able to block. And we were able to wager a Tortoise shield to get a titanium helmet there. Now, if you need another Tortoise shield, you could wager an Imp's armor. So if you're trying to make Imp sets, the Imp's armor can be used to make either a Tortoise shield or a titanium, whichever one you need. The Rios that you have to fight to get a Tortoise shield is almost too easy to defeat at this point in the game, but if you're struggling, you can use Terra with the Minerva armor. That's another good way to do it. Now, there are still a few more things left to do here at the Colosseum, but let's take a break from it for a moment here and go back to the ancient castle so that we can convert the Odin Esper into Raiden. We've already seen all of the different monster types in the ancient castle, so to make things a little bit easier this time, we're going to bring along Mog equipped with his Moogle Charm. The Moogle Charm will keep us from hitting any random monster encounters, so that we can get to the heart of the castle quickly. It was not very long ago that we last visited the ancient castle, so we should know exactly where we need to go. Don't forget to equip Mog with the Moogle Charm so that we won't encounter any random enemies, and we'll save our game just to be safe. Then we'll head on inside Figaro Castle, and we want to talk to a man about moving a castle. The old man is more than happy to move the castle for us, although all he really has to do is flip a switch. But in any case, just like it always does, the castle will burrow itself under the sand, and we'll hit an odd stratum during our journey. We're going to stop and explore so that we can head over here to the jail, and that will take us to the tunnel that leads to the ancient castle. Now, we've seen this part before, so I'm going to skip ahead. And before we go to the basement, let's use Odin one more time so that we can take a look at its summon spell. Odin's Atom Edge works very similar to Cayenne's level 8 sword tech, in that it has a chance to wipe out all of the enemies on the screen, although it could miss. Also, it doesn't work on enemies that are immune to instant death attacks. Instant death is one of the few things that lethal weapon monster was not immune to, so Odin's Atom Edge was able to eviscerate it. Before we go down into the basement, just make sure that you are actually ready to give up Odin. We will not be able to get it back. And once you get down here, there are no more random monster encounters. We're just going to make our way to the statue. The queen was turned to stone, but whenever we interact with the statue, a tear comes from its eye. Odin becomes Raiden. Raiden's summon spell works very similarly to Odin's, but the real interesting part here is the spell that we can learn. Quick. Quick will give a character 2 free turns after they cast it. Also, Raiden is similar to the Bismarck Esper in that it gives you +2 strength whenever you level up. so Raiden is pretty good. I would love to be able to keep the Odin Esper, but the quick magic is just too good, so some sacrifices will have to be made. If you want to stay at the free inn here in Figaro, you can do that, but we're going to skip ahead here and go back to our airship, because now that we have the Raiden Esper, it's about time that we learn that quick spell. You can learn magic rather quickly by fighting the enemies in the Tower of Fanatics, but I still think that the desert near Miranda is the best place to train your characters on spells. The Cactrots and the Hoovers that you meet there will give you plenty of magic points, and they're both rather easy to defeat if you know what you're doing. We're going to bring along Edgar so that he can use the air anchor against the Hoover enemies, and we want to make sure that at least some of our characters have a good way of defeating a Cactrot. If anyone knows the Ultima spell, that could certainly work, but it's easy enough to defeat Cactrots using something like the Atma weapon with the Sniper Sight relic. And here we have a Hoover. Hoovers are the less desirable of the two enemies that we can meet here because these guys only give you 5 magic points and they're a little bit more annoying. Here we can use the air anchor, and if the Hoover does any more attacks after that, it will instantly be killed. And we're just going to keep on fighting enemies here in this desert until we build up the 100 magic points that we need to learn the quick spell. And if we fight enough Cactrots, well, it'll happen pretty fast. The drill works very well against them, and there it is. Terra learned quick. We also got quite a bit of money. So now that we know the quick spell, what can we do with it? Whenever you cast quick, it will give you 2 additional turns back to back, and it happens right away. This works very well with the gem box. What you want to do is use 1 attack spell followed by quick. So we'll use Ice 3 against this Brachiosaur, and then for the second spell we used quick. Now Terra will get her turn back right away, and we can use Ice 3 twice. And you'll see how that plays out. So we'll cast Ice 3 and another Ice 3, and then Terra is going to get her turn again, so she can use 2 more spells. Now, if you have enough magic points, you could cast Ultima instead of Ice 3, and Ultima works against pretty much any enemy, not just these Brachiosaurs, which are weak against ice. You can really see how broken the quick spell is, and it also works well on a character that is using the Genji Glove offering combo. Now that we know the quick spell, the only spell that our characters don't know now is Merton, and we won't be able to learn that until we get the Crusader Esper. Before we move on, it's time to finally finish up the Colosseum. There are a few more unique items that we want to be able to get, and some of them are very powerful. Go-Go and Locke, the character that we power leveled, are going to do a lot of the heavy lifting here. Go-Go's only level 29, but they'll still be able to handle the battles that we need them for. For this first fight, we're going to wager a Force Shield to win a Thornlet, and we've already seen Go-Go defeat a Dark Force by using the Sketch technique, which instantly wins the battle, so we'll look at an alternate strategy that Locke can use. We'll make sure that Locke is equipped with a safety bit to protect him from death magic, and then we'll just give him some generally good equipment that raises up his magic blocking. Now, the Thornlet that we can win here is not a very good item. It really isn't, and the Force Shield that we have to give up is very good. However, we will be able to wager the Thornlet to get a very good item, so I do think that this is worth doing. If you don't want to wager a Force Shield to be able to win a Thornlet, it is possible to steal a Thornlet from Hydon, and Hydon is a boss that you can fight multiple times, so even if you've already defeated Hydon, it's possible to fight him again. Alright, so now that we have the Thornlet, what is this great prize that we can win? Because this thing is not great. It actually will make the user sapped so that they'll be taking damage all the time when you're wearing it. Alright, whenever you wager the Thornlet, you'll be able to win a Mirage Vest. And the boss you have to fight, the Opinicus, is not very powerful, so just one strong attack will be able to do it. The Mirage Vest is a set of armor that almost anyone can wear. It gives you plus 10 magic blocking, decent defense, but the best things about this is that it increases your speed by 6, which is amazing, and it also grants the user the image status, which will protect you from the first few physical attacks that come your way. The Mirage Vest is very worth it. The next item that we're going to try to get is a sword called the Ogre Nyx. And to get one of these, you can wager any of your elemental swords, but you'll need to face a different boss depending on what you wagered. This time we're going to use Go-Go with the Merit Award. In some later versions of the game, you're not allowed to use the Merit Award on Go-Go, but you can in this game, and it will make Go-Go very powerful and able to use some incredible gear. If you get sneezed out of the battle, that's unfortunate, but it doesn't actually hurt us in any way because we get our Flame Saber back. It's as if the fight never happened. Alright, don't sneeze me, bro. Now, Go-Go was equipped with the Wing Edge, which is a weapon that has a chance of instantly killing an enemy like an evil Oscar. You wouldn't be able to equip Go-Go with the Wing Edge if it wasn't for the Merit Award, so you can see how that can be useful. The Ogre Nyx is an interesting weapon. It doesn't seem too impressive at first, it only has power of 182, but it's one of those weapons that uses some of your magic points to automatically get a critical hit. Now, the real problem with the Ogre Nyx is that it might break when you use it, and it's related to whatever the last digit of your hit points are. If that digit is a 0 whenever you attack, it will almost surely break. If you wager a Blizzard Sword, you'll be able to win an Ogre Nyx by fighting a Scullion. This guy has a lot more hit points than that evil Oscar, but it can't sneeze you, so it might actually be easier to beat this one. This guy likes to condemn your characters, so you'll want something like the safety bit or the memento ring to protect from that, and whenever it dies, it uses Atomic Ray, which is a fire-based attack, and it is blockable. Personally, I don't love the Ogre Nyx. A weapon that breaks is very unappealing in my opinion, but if you do want to use it, it's probably a good idea to have a few backup copies. Now, if you're into throwing weapons, you can buy Ninja Stars in Thamasa, and then you can wager them here in the Colosseum to get the very powerful Tack Stars. The problem is you have to go through a Chaos Dragon to get one, and this guy can kill you in a single shot with its Cinderizer technique, but if you use the Mirage Vest, you should be able to dodge it. The Strato is a very good weapon for Cayenne, but if you're looking for an upgrade for Edgar or Mog, you may want to fight the Aquila here in the Colosseum and trade your Strato for the Pearl Lance. The Aquila uses attacks like Cyclonic or Shim Sham, but if you've equipped a safety bit or a memento ring, you'll be safe from those. Now, if you decide you don't like the Pearl Lance, you can just wager it here in the Colosseum and you'll be able to get your Strago back. To do so though, you'll have to face a sky base, and this guy likes to doom things, so what we want to do is equip a wall ring, and then when it casts doom, it'll bounce off of us and actually kill the sky base itself. Chances are this sky base is going to doom itself quite quickly, but there is a chance that it could use a physical attack, so equipping something like the Mirage Vest is not a bad idea. And there's the doom, leading to our victory, and we got our Strago back. Another item that we can get by defeating a sky base in pretty much the same way is a Minerva armor. Now, we already have 2 sets of Minerva armor, and there's only 2 characters that can use it, so we don't really need a 3rd set. But if you did, you can wager the Tsarina gown, and you can get this very powerful piece of equipment. Another good item that we can get here is the Magus Rod. To win one, we'll need to wager a heal rod and defeat a pug. So we're going to want to use something like the ribbon or a jewel ring to prevent petrify, and we'll also want gear that has that high magic blocking. The pug is not that difficult to defeat, but it uses step mine when it dies, which can deal a lot of damage. If you don't have any characters that can survive the step mine, something you can try is using a weapon that can poison the pug, and then you can hold down R and L when you're in the Colosseum to make your character try to run away, and while your character is running, they won't do any attacks. You won't actually be able to escape, but if you wait for the poison to kill the pug, well, the pug won't do its death attack. A battle that's much easier to win is going to be against the Cactrot. We're going to make sure that Go-Go only uses fight, and then we're going to equip them with the Merit Award and the Sniper Sight. With the Merit Award, Go-Go can equip the Valiant Knife, which will easily win this battle. And that's how you wager an elixir to get a rename card, which is something that you can use to change a character's name. So if one of your characters was named after your ex-girlfriend, you can use the rename card to change it and finally move on with your life. But really, the best thing about the rename card is it can be wagered to win Marvel shoes, although we'll have to defeat the Doom Dragon first. A good way to defeat the Doom Dragon is to sketch it. We're going to customize Go-Go with 2 sketch abilities and 1 fight, and we're going to hopefully get that sketch to go off first. If we do, it will use Fallen 1 on the Doom Dragon, reducing its health down to critical levels. Now, the Doom Dragon can use Fallen 1 against us as well, and there's not a whole lot we can do about it, but we did equip a shield that protects against fire magic, and most of the Doom Dragon's other moves are physical attacks, so hopefully we'll be able to dodge those. The battle's going just fine so far, and there's the sketch ability, and there's Fallen 1. The Doom Dragon is down to critical levels of hit points. Now we just need Go-Go to hit it. Come on, Go-Go. Well, we definitely don't need another sketch, but that's fine. The Doom Dragon tries to attack, but it missed. And another sketch. Come on, we got this. S-Cross. That's not going to do anything because of our shield. And there it is. The Doom Dragon is defeated, and we got the Marvel Shoes. The Marvel Shoes are one of the best relics in the game. They grant the user haste, regen, shell, and safe. They also prevent slow, because those shoes are just too fast. It's like 4 relics in one. We got a Megalixir from defeating the MagiMaster at the top of the Tower of Fanatics, and if we wager it here, we could potentially win a Tintinabar, which is not the best relic, but it's something that we could wager to get another experience egg. However, to get the Tintinabar, we'll have to defeat Siegfried. This Siegfried is not the guy we fought on the Phantom Train. This guy is the real deal and is one of the most difficult enemies that we'll face here in the Colosseum. Siegfried has a ton of hit points, and if he uses his hyperdrive attack, it ignores defense and doesn't miss, so there's not a whole lot we can do about it. We just need to beat this guy before he actually uses it, and I think the best way to do that is to try to hit him multiple times in a single round of combat. We've given Locke the offering with the Atma weapon, and the Atma weapon ignores defense. It also works better when you're higher level, so at this level he was able to beat Siegfried in 2 attacks. But I highly recommend that you save before trying to fight that guy. That battle can certainly go bad. To get the Snow Muffler, one of the best armors that Gau or Mog can equip, we need to wager our Behemoth suit, which is one of the best armors that Strago or Realm can equip. The good news is, you can get another Behemoth suit by fighting a senior Behemoth on the Veldt. And believe it or not, it's actually easy to meet a senior Behemoth on the Veldt. Now for this next one, I recommend having a super high level character, someone that's very fast and has vigor of 100 or more. Level 99 Locke can get the job done here. There are many items you can wager to trigger the battle with Chupon, but the fight usually goes just like that. You get sneezed out of the arena. Now you don't lose the item that you wagered when you get sneezed away, so we can just try again. And the plan here is for Locke to be able to win in a single round of combat, so we've given him the Genji glove and the offering, and we've equipped him with the Atma weapon and the Valiant knife. At level 99 with this much vigor, he should be able to deal enough damage to Chupon in a single round of combat to defeat him, and we'll be able to win our elixir. Now I had to go back to a previous save to be able to show you this Colosseum battle, and this is for demonstration purposes only. I do not recommend that you wager your cursed shield so that you can win a cursed ring. The cursed ring just makes the user condemned, and I guess it can teach you the X-Zone magic, but it is nowhere near as useful as the cursed shield, which will eventually turn into the very powerful Paladin shield. Even if you don't turn the cursed shield into the Paladin shield, if you equip it using the item command in the middle of a battle, it will actually protect you from a lot of different negative statuses. So even without removing the cursed shield is better than the cursed ring. Without the Ragnarok Esper, this is the only way I know of to get a cursed ring in this game, so if you really want to see this rare relic, this is how you do it. You'll have to fight a Daedalus, which is a monster we've faced before in the Colosseum, and with the right equipment, we will easily be able to win. Something that protects against fire magic like the Flame Shield or the Paladin Shield is good, and you'll also want a wall ring to deflect some spells, and a safety bit to protect against blaster. We set up Go-Go so that they will always use an attack, and eventually Go-Go will prevail. There's really nothing that the Daedalus can do to win here. And there it is. We got the cursed ring. Yay? So there you have it. The cursed ring is cursed. So do not convert your cursed shield into this. You will regret it. We gotta talk about the Economizer. This is a great relic that makes all of your spells only cost 1 magic point. But to get it, it's not so simple. The most obvious way to get an Economizer is to get lucky when fighting one of the Brachiosaur enemies in the Dinosaur Forest. They have a 12% chance of dropping an Economizer, which isn't that bad. I've played other games where rare items drop like 1% of the time, so 12% is a gift. The problem is the Brachiosaurs themselves don't spawn that often, so you may have to fight a ton of Tyrannosaurs before you'll fight enough Brachiosaurs to get one of these. Now, the other way is probably easier. You want to have Go-Go at a decently high level for this. Over level 60 would be good, but the higher the better. And then we're going to equip them with the safety bit and the sneak ring, and we're going to reconfigure Go-Go's status so that they have Mimic and 3 Steal commands. You see, the other monster you can get an Economizer from is a large bird called an Aquila, but Aquilas are a rare monster encounter in the Phoenix Cave, so it may take a long time to come across one. Well, you can make one appear at will in the Colosseum by betting the Strago, and then we're just going to hope that Go-Go is able to steal the Economizer. Most of the time, you're going to steal a Phoenix down, but every once in a while you'll get lucky and you'll get the Economizer. If you get a Phoenix down or you end the battle early, just reset and reload. Keep trying until you get the Economizer. You'll probably get it relatively quickly. There is one monster encounter that we haven't seen yet, and it's against these crawlers. We'll meet them in this area near Gau's father's house, and these guys are not that difficult to defeat. They are weak against ice magic. We are trying to meet every monster in the game, so we needed to check that one off of our list. Now, the next thing I want to show is how to get Megalixirs. Megalixirs can be stolen from the Earthguard enemies that you'll meet over here on the Solitary Island, but it seems impossible to get them. Well, there is a trick to it. We need someone that is capable of stealing, so that's going to be Locke or Go-Go, whichever one is higher level, and we need a character that can cast the Stop spell. It would also be good if Locke was able to cast Quick. That can help as well. Make sure that Locke is equipped with the Sneak Ring. This is going to improve your chances of stealing. And so we'll put that one on, and we also gave him the Marvel Shoes, which will grant automatic haste. First of all, we want to change the battle mode to wait. That'll give us a little bit of extra time to operate here. So we'll do that in the configuration screen. And we're going to look for Earthguards in this desert area near Sid's house. It's possible that you'll meet a Black Dragon here every now and again, but most of the time it'll be this Earthguard and 2 Peepers. So the problem here is that the Earthguard starts with the sap status, and it doesn't have a lot of hit points, so as soon as that sap takes effect, the Earthguard will just die, and we won't be able to try to steal from it anymore. So we want to start out with Locke using the Quick spell, and then that will give him 2 opportunities to steal. Now I want to show you what happens if you cast Quick during one of the quick turns. It will miss, so you can't really chain it together like that. We can try to control the Earthguard, but that doesn't stop the sap. What does stop it is the Stop spell. Now, Stop doesn't last forever, and we cast it multiple times there. The rest of these are going to miss, but it is possible to miss, so we wanted to make sure that at least one of those hit. And there we did it, we got the Megalixir. So once the Earthguard is stopped, you want to just keep trying to steal, and if you're lucky, you'll get a Megalixir, and if not, the stop will wear off and that guy will die, but you just have to try it again. Using this strategy, you should be able to get at least a few of them. Now let's talk about getting the rest of Strago's lores. One of the best ways to learn lores is to have Realm wear the fake mustache so that she can control certain enemies, like these Mews that you can meet near Daryl's tomb. Now, whenever Realm gets her turn, she'll be able to choose Pep Up, which is the lore that we were trying to learn. so we forced that monster to use it. Sometimes control will even allow monsters to use different techniques that they wouldn't use in a normal battle. The next lore that we're trying to learn is Sour Mouth, which can inflict a bunch of status ailments on the enemies. And to learn that one, we're looking for a Mad Oscar, and the easiest place to find one is in this room here in Daryl's tomb. We'll have a 62% chance of meeting a Mad Oscar here. It looks like Realm is about to level up, so we will equip her with the Zone Seek Esper, which can help raise her magic power. And assuming that we meet a Mad Oscar here, which we did, we're just going to use that same control technique. We'll have Realm use the control, and assuming that it works, it does have a possibility of missing, but it didn't miss this time. We just need to wait for her to get her turn back, and she'll be able to use Sour Mouth. She can even use it on the Mad Oscar itself so that our party won't be exposed to it. It seems that our control over the Mad Oscar was broken when it used Sour Mouth on itself, but we just quickly finished the battle and we did learn the Sour Mouth lore. Realm also leveled up, so we can switch her Esper to one that will teach her some magic that she would like to know. And then we're just going to use the warp spell to get out of here. We don't have to walk all the way back out. We now have almost all of Strago's lores, and the ones that we don't currently have, well, we'll just have to learn those in Kefka's Tower, because that's where we're headed next. But before we go, we'll make our final preparations, and I highly recommend bringing a lot of tents and other curative items. The best place to buy those items, of course, is in Figaro Castle, assuming that Edgar is the party leader. He's going to get us a 50% discount on items, so we should have enough money to get everything that we desire. We'll equip the sprint shoes so that we can move a little bit faster here, and then we'll head on into the castle. We'll also just quickly equip everybody with some gear in case we would run into some monsters outside, but we didn't this time. Everything was all safe. The store that we're looking for is up here. We'll go through that door and then this one on the left. This guy says he can't take money from the king, but Edgar tells him to just shut up and take it. 91 tents cost $54,000? Are you guys 100% sure that we need to use a brand new tent every time? You can't just reuse one that we've slept in before? I mean, it's just a tent. Are you sure we should be spending this much money? Look, I guess our guys are into glamping, so make sure to buy as many tents as you can afford. You don't want to have to think about whether or not you should use one whenever you're in Kefka's Tower. It's nice to be able to use tents all the time. After blowing most of our cash, we'll spend one more night in the castle's free inn. But that's going to be the last time. As we leave the castle behind, we head to our airship and take off for Kefka's Tower. In the original Japanese version, the name that they give to Kefka's Tower roughly translates to the Tower of Trash, and you will certainly see that manifested here. Right now, we're not making a serious attempt on finishing the tower. We're just making one party that contains Strago, Realm, and Mog, so that we can learn one more lore, and then we're going to warp out of here and we'll put together a proper set of characters. The 3 different groups that we build for Kefka's Tower will face some unique monsters, so we want to build our main party here as the center group. We're not going to worry about the other 2 groups at the moment. So we'll switch over to this one. We want to make sure that Mog has his Moogle charm on, and we'll probably give him the sprint shoes too. That should allow us to move a little bit more quickly through here, but we don't want to hit any unnecessary monster encounters just yet. we're looking for a tiny round monster called a mover, and this guy will be able to teach us a very useful lore. However, the mover only spawns in one room here in the tower, so that's where we're headed to first. We're going to head through the bathroom here and drop down, and this is the room that we were looking for. So once you get here, you can remove the Moogle charm and make sure the rest of your characters are ready to fight. Any monster you encounter in this room has a 63% chance of being the movers, and here they are now. Locke can steal a super ball from these guys, so that's something that he can be doing while we're working on this lore. First, we want to have Realm control one of the movers, and once she has successfully done so, she can make it use Big Guard on our party. Big Guard is a very valuable lore. It costs 80 magic points, but it will bestow Safe and Shell on our entire group, reducing all physical and magic damage dealt to the party by 1/3. So that can be very good in boss battles. Let's look at our lore list. Right now we are missing 3 lores: Reflect, Quasar, and Force Field. Now if we play our cards right, we'll be able to get all 3 of those here in the tower, but for now, we're going to warp out and regroup. This one is not a drill. We are going to do Kefka's tower for real this time, so we need to talk about how to set up the 3 groups. We need at least one good character in each party, and we want to make the best 2 parties the second and third one, so the one in the middle and the one on the right, and we can put some weaker characters in the party on the left as long as we include Mog. If you want to learn all of the lores, make sure that Strago is in group 3 over on the right side. Basically, you want to split your best characters between groups 2 and 3, but you want to make sure there's at least someone in group 1 that can beat the goddess, so that's why we have Sabin there. Levels in the 40s or higher are recommended, but we can get by with lower level characters if we have some good equipment. We're going to unequip everyone here in group 1, except for the relics on Mog. We'll make sure that Mog has the Moogle charm and the sprint shoes so that we can get around here with ease. We just want to make sure the characters in the other parties that actually have to fight monsters have access to the best gear. Up here we'll find the Coronet, which is a decent helmet Realm can wear. It adds to her magic power, so that's nice. And we're going to head around this way up through this door. And in this room we'll find the Fixed Dice, which is one of the most powerful weapons that Setzer can use, although it is very random. You will roll 3 dice each time you attack, and you will deal damage based on the roll that you get. The Offering does not reduce the damage dealt by the Fixed Dice, so that can be a pretty good combo for Setzer. We're going to start our actual Kefka's Tower run with party number 2, which is the group in the middle. But before we get to them, we want to strip all of our equipment from group number 3. Here in Kefka's Tower, we're going to be fighting some very dangerous enemies, so whichever party we are actively using should have all of the best stuff. Switching all of your equipment is a bit of a chore, but unless you've been stockpiling all of the best gear, you're probably going to have to do at least a bit of switching. No matter what, you're only going to have 1 Illumina sword and 1 Paladin shield, so you're definitely going to want to be passing those around. For any characters that are under-leveled, we can use the Imp set. So we'll give Shadow the Imp gear, and we don't want to forget to transform him into an Imp. We're going to give our Imp characters the Dragoon boots and the Dragon horn. This will turn their fight command into jump, and it will also make them do extra attacks whenever they land the jump. After Locke casts Imp on Shadow, We'll assign a few espers because we still have an opportunity here to learn some more spells or level up with esper bonuses. And once we have that all set, we'll be on our way. If you're looking at the map, we are heading towards the door labeled A. And here we have our first encounter with the outside monsters, a GT Behemoth, an Evil Oscar, and a Vector. If you leave an Evil Oscar on the battlefield alone, it will use Sour Mouth on our team, so you may want to get rid of that guy early, except this time we had Realm use control on it, and the control worked. The Evil Oscar has Sneeze in its control menu, which was able to remove the Great Behemoth without us fighting it at all. And that guy had 11,000 hit points, so pretty nice. When we are in the outside parts of Kefka's tower, there are only 3 different monster formations that we might encounter, and that was one of them, and it was the most common one. So you want to make sure that you are capable of handling those guys. Shadow is about to level up, so we gave him the Raiden Esper, and we're going to head inside here. That is the door marked A, and then we're going to head up this way. There are some different monster formations in this area, and here we have 3 Evil Oscars. Evil Oscars absorb Earth, Holy, Ice, Lightning, Poison, Wind, and Water magics, but they are weak against fire, so let's go with that. We don't want to leave one of these alone on the battlefield, so we will cast our Fire 3 spells against the entire group. And Shadow did level up, so we can change his Esper again. So we'll switch Shadow back to Phoenix so that he can continue to learn those spells. And we've already collected the treasure chests in this area, but if you didn't get the Minerva armor or the Tack Star yet, you'll want to pick those up now. Here in this prison area, we can meet some different enemies, and here we have a Hemophyte and a Retainer. Of these 2 enemies, the Hemophyte is not that bad. It will try to reanimate dead characters as zombies, so that's problematic. But the Retainer is the one you actually need to worry about, because Retainers use an ability called Trade-Off whenever they die, and that will kill the character that killed the Retainer, and it even works if the character that killed the Retainer has immunity to Doom. So what do we do about Trade-Off? Well, it's possible to evade it, and if a character is invisible because of the Vanish status, that should be enough to keep Trade-Off from hitting them. With Realm's control ability, we can do something even better. We had her make the Hemophyte cast Pearl on the Retainer, which killed it, so the Retainer killed the Hemophyte with its Trade-Off ability. Well, the 2 enemies sort of took each other out. Very cool. Don't talk to the monster that's locked in the jail just yet. That's a boss, and we want to make sure that we are ready for it. Equip all of your characters with a wall ring, sort of like when we were in the Tower of Fanatics. This next boss is called Atma, and it is an upgraded version of the Atma weapon we fought on the floating continent. Atma was left here since birth and forgotten in the river of time. It has had an eternity to ponder the meaning of things, and now it seems to have an answer. What that answer is, we'll probably never know, because we are about to obliterate this thing. We'll fight Atma in 2 phases. Here in the first phase, most of its spells will be reflected back at it, but of course S-Cross here is one of the ones that can get past our wall rings. Luckily, S-Cross doesn't deal too much damage, and some of our characters, like ones equipped with the Paladin shield or Minerva armor, are protected from it. I like to use powerful magic against Atma. If you don't have the Ultima spell, Flare is also pretty good, but Ultima is certainly a bit better. Spells that have an Earth, Holy, Poison, Water, or Wind element will be absorbed, so either stick to the basics or use non-elemental spells like Flare, Ultima, or Grand Train if you had Strago with you. Although, if you're trying to learn all the lores, Strago should not be in your party right now. Here is a Fire 3 spell that we were protected from with our Reflect magic, and here is what Ultima can do against Atma. 9,999 damage. And we're going to double cast it with the gem box. When Atma's health is reduced to around 32,000, it will suddenly be able to cast spells like Meteor or Quake, so you want to hit it with your most powerful magic or physical attacks and try to defeat it as fast as you can in this phase. This boss is optional, but defeating it does unlock a helpful save point. So if you're having trouble against this guy, you could always use the Vanish Doom trick, and it works quite well with the gem box. We'll queue up Vanish, and then Doom, and that will easily end the battle. And here it is. Locke is a very fast character because of all those levels we gained with Odin, and so it did not take long to end the fight. If your characters are reasonably powerful, you shouldn't have to resort to this tactic. Just keep using spells like Flash and Ultima. But if you don't know those ones or you're severely underleveled, Vanish Doom will work. Unlocking this save point is really nice because we are in a multi-party situation here, so as long as at least one of the 3 groups is standing on a save point, we can use a tent with any of the 3 parties, and we can save the game at any time. So we're going to take advantage of this save point, and we will strip all of the equipment off of these 4 characters so that we can switch over to group 3, and we'll be able to equip them with all of the best stuff, and this group can use a tent at any time. To use a tent when you're not actually standing on a save point, you need to switch to one of the groups that is standing on a save point, and then switch over to the group that wants to use the tent. You will suddenly see that those options are available to you. When choosing relics here, I recommend generally useful ones like hero rings and ribbons. You'll probably want to give someone the gem box. If you have the Marvel shoes, those are pretty good. Stuff like that. We can use the Optimum command to quickly equip our party, but we will want to go back in and do a few small tweaks. The game often avoids some good items like the Force Shield, the Force Armor, the Atma weapon. Those kind of things you're just going to have to equip manually. Just pay attention to the stats that you're changing, and if you see a lot of yellow numbers on some of the good stats, then you're probably making the right decision. We have Gogo in this group, so we need to make sure that they have all of the appropriate abilities set up in the status menu and don't have some sort of Colosseum set up. We're going to choose Magic, Steel, and Blitz, but pick whatever you like. Be aware that when you choose the Magic command for Gogo, Gogo will know all of the spells that your current group knows, so the other 3 characters, and will not know spells that are only known by characters in other groups. We are heading towards the door labeled H on the map, but first we'll pop open this chest and grab a red cap. We already had a red cap, but it's always nice to have another one. Here are 2 enemy types we've seen before, but this is a new formation. The Vectars only have 2,800 hit points, and they're weak against ice or water magic, so hopefully if we cast Ice 3 and Grand Train against this entire group, we can get rid of those in a hurry. If a Vectar survives to its second turn, there is a 33% chance that it will use Fireball against the party, which will hit our entire group for fire damage. Strago's Grand Train took out the Vectars, but the GT Behemoth remains. It has a chance of using Haymaker as a counterattack against anything that you throw at it, and if it hits, it's a physical attack that deals 4x damage. Strago leveled up, so we will switch him over to the Starlit Esper. That will teach him some spells that he doesn't know, and then we'll be able to give Tri-Talk to Celis, who is getting close to leveling up herself. We'll make our way towards the door up here, but we've been hit by another enemy encounter, and it's the GT Behemoth with the 2 Vectars again. We have Celis up first this time, and she's using the Gem Box, so we'll do a double cast of Ice 3 against the group. And then let's have Gogo use Sabin's Bum Rush Blitz. That should be good against the Behemoth. Another hit of Ice Magic deals over 4,000 damage. Strago, we just had attack because the Bum Rush should finish the battle. We did key it in correctly, and it dealt over 5,000 damage. Pretty good. Celis did level up, and she was on track to learn the Flare magic from the Bahamut Esper, so we will switch her back to that. Let's take a look at our stats. 71 magic power for Celis, 65 vigor for Edgar, and 65 magic power for Strago. Those are all very good numbers. Up here on the factory catwalk, there's a couple of treasure chests we can find, but the enemies that we meet up here may be more interesting, so we do want to make sure that we take at least one battle here. There are only 4 places in the tower where Enochs can spawn, and this is one of them. They always open the battle with Brain Blast, which is bad news for Gogo, who was one of our only characters that did not have a relic equipped that can protect from it. The Enochs are weak against lightning or water magic, so we'll use Bolt 3 against them, and they like to follow up Brain Blast with either Cold Dust, which doesn't deal damage but can freeze a character, or Plasma, which deals lightning damage to one target. Even with Gogo getting confused, we didn't have too many problems with those Enochs, and we will quickly switch to our second party and then back to the third so that we can use a tent, fully restoring our hit points and magic points. If any of your characters are using Imp equipment, make sure that you remember to recast Imp after you use a tent. For some strange reason, as we head back through this passage, we will encounter a different set of monsters, and so we have 3 evil Oscars to deal with here. The evil Oscars are weak against fire, and Demon Kiss is a counterattack they can potentially use, and that will inflict death on the target. So Gogo's having a rough time here, but the rest of our party seems to be doing fine. That's alright. We have a life spell for you, buddy. And with that, Gogo was totally cured. And we'll also fix up the rest of the party as well, and then we'll head back through the door labeled H on the map, and we're going to work our way down to the door labeled I. Back outside here, we are facing the outside monsters, and here we have the GT Behemoth Evil Oscar Vectar combination once again. Strago's up, so we're going to cast Grand Train, and then we're going to mimic it so that Gogo will cast it a second time for free. Grand Train is similar to Ultima or Meteor. These are spells that hit the entire group of enemies and ignore defense. They also never miss. Ultima is the most powerful of the 3 with 150 spell power. Grand Train is the second most powerful with 84 spell power, and Meteor is the weakest of the trio with only 36. But they're all pretty good. Gogo leveled up, which should help. Gogo was severely underleveled here at level 29, and even at level 30 is a bit behind the curve. We'll head over here towards the door labeled I on the map, and it looks like Celis is getting close to leveling up, so we do want to switch her Esper over to Zone Seek or Tri-Talk, so that she can keep powering up her magic. There's no door in the upper right corner here, and if we take a battle here, we'll either run into 3 evil Oscars, which we've seen before, or we have a much higher chance of running into 2 Brontars, and that's what happened this time. These guys look very scary because we fought those Brachiosaurs in the Dinosaur Forest, but the Brontars are nowhere near as powerful and only have about 10,000 hit points. These things are weak against ice magic, and they like to use Life Shaver on their second turn if they live that long. It's usually easy enough to clear them before they get to Life Shaver, and if they do get deeper into their script, they can do more powerful attacks like Atomic Ray. In this area, we can find a hidden room. You'll be able to access it by going underneath this spinning wheel and heading downwards, although you will need to work your way around a bit in the dark. Like most mechs in this game, the Fortis monsters are weak against water or lightning magic, but if you want to use bolt spells against these guys, do not target the entire group, because they always counter lightning attacks with double arm, and double arm will be followed by a second physical attack, so if you try to bolt the whole group, you'll get 4 attacks coming your way on the counter. These guys don't do the double arm if you hit them with water magic, which they are also weak against, and they are not immune to doom, so techniques like the air anchor can be very effective. You can also try your normal death magic, but it may or may not work. That's one that has to hit. One nice thing about Edgar's air anchor is if the enemy is not immune to doom, it always hits. We'll use some cure magic on the party, and we can switch some espers around, and then we're going to continue our way through the hidden passage, and we should be able to find a hidden treasure chest at the bottom here, and it's going to contain an Aegis shield. Now, we already have an Aegis shield, but it's one of the better shields you can find, so it will be nice to have a second one. The Aegis shield provides very high magic defense, second only to the Force shield, but unlike the Force shield, the Aegis shield also gives you good physical defense. On our way back through the passage, we hit the 2 Fortises again, and our party has been doing pretty well at blocking those double arm attacks, so we're just going to let it rip with some bolt spells. Now, if these guys use that snowball attack, that will halve someone's health, so it will reduce the current health that you have by 50%. This can deal big damage to powerful characters, and is pretty obnoxious. This time we had Go-Go mimic the X magic casting of the Bolt 3 spells, so they actually did 2 Bolt 3s for free. I like that a lot. There's the air anchor, which is maybe a little bit late at this point, and here is the fireball attack, which is not going to deal a lot of damage to this party. Strago gained a level, so we'll switch the Zone Seek Esper off of him. He has certainly learned all the magic that Zone Seek can teach him, and we'll give him back Starlet. And then we'll continue through the passage, making our way back up to this area where we can see our character again. And here, well, it's the 2 Fortises. Who'd have guessed? It is possible to hit a different set of enemies in this area, but the 2 Fortises are significantly more likely to appear. We'll get the air anchor in early this time. Here's a fireball attack, which we're not terribly worried about, and that actually removed that guy, and now Go-Go has used an air anchor as well. We'll bolt this Fortis, and after the counterattack, that will trigger the air anchor, finishing that monster off early. I love it when a plan comes together. We will cure the party, and then we will continue up this conveyor belt. So get onto those rollers, and we will roll our way up. On the other side, we will not be able to go back down that conveyor, but you could go down the pipe just to the left of it if you really needed to go backwards. We found another save point, so we'll save the game, but we're going to stop right here and use a tent on this spot because we're about to fight another boss. Before we face that boss, somebody should equip the Shoat Esper. Its Demon Eye summon will be very useful here, and we'll cycle through our parties so that we can use the tent. And there it is. And if we're being extra safe, we could save the game again, but we just saved a moment ago, so I think we'll be okay. The boss here is Inferno, and you only need to destroy the central part of the boss, but as long as both of the arms are still alive, it could use Delta Hit, which can petrify a character. Preventing petrification with relics like the ribbon is a good idea, but with a little bit of luck, Shoat's Demon Eye summon will delete one or even both of the arms, taking Delta Hit out of the equation. The boss itself is weak against lightning magic, so your Bolt 3 spells will work very well here. It is immune to Vanish, so Vanish Doom is not an option. The Inferno has a 33% chance to counter anything with a physical attack called Sobat, so you'll want items that can help you defend against that. It also uses fire spells, and sometimes uses lightning spells, so protection against those elements is also a good idea. At the end of that battle with the Inferno, Strago learned Ultima, so we will give him a different shield and let Celes use the Paladin shield, so maybe she could learn Ultima before the end of the game. We'll give Edgar a force shield, and an enhancer might be a good idea to power up his magic. And we can switch our parties around so that we'll be able to use a tent, and that will help fix up any missing hit points or magic points. Once everyone is well rested, we'll switch up one more Esper for Edgar. He doesn't need Shoat anymore, and we'll save the game. That'll make a record of our progress just in case something bad happens. And over here, well, it's the two Fortises again, so you know what to do against these guys. The missile attack that the Fortises sometimes try to use against our party would deal damage to a character equal to 25% of its current hit points, and it also inflicts the sap status. But characters that are immune to doom spells are protected against missile, and it can also just be blocked. So far, it doesn't seem like the missile attack has been very effective against this party. I'm not sure if any of these monsters have landed it once. We just keep brazenly casting lightning spells at these Fortises, and that time Go-Go took over 200 points of damage. So there can be consequences, but it's really not that bad. If we encounter a monster in this hallway, it will 100% always be a landworm. I know you've all been just dying to see a landworm, so here it is. These are weak against ice and they will absorb earth magic. They are also vulnerable to death attacks like the air anchor. Now that lodestone is pretty powerful, and landworms will also use magnitude 8, which can hit the entire party. These earth-based spells can be avoided with a float status, so keep that in mind. Celes is getting close to leveling up, so it's time to switch her Esper to something that can power up her magic whenever she does level. And over here on the right side we can find a chest. But first, we've encountered the Brontar Evil Oscar combination. This is one of the 3 possible monster encounters that you may face in the outside parts of Kefka's tower. and we've seen these two monster types before. The Brontars are weak against ice magic, and you don't want them to get too deep into their script or they'll start using more powerful attacks like Life Shaver. And you don't want to leave an evil Oscar alone on the battlefield for very long because it will use Sour Mouth. The Oscars are weak against fire magic, so one big fire 3 can get rid of them, and a couple of ice 3 spells are just what it takes to get rid of a Brontar. Celes leveled up, so we'll give her back the Bahamut Esper, and let's take a look at her status. She's up to 75 magic now. And Strago is following behind at 67 magic. Edgar has a nice 69 vigor. We'll keep the cure magic coming, and then we'll head towards this chest, which contains a Megalixir and is labeled number 5 on the map. Make sure to interact with this suspicious looking chest just to the left of the door labeled L on the map. It'll complete a path that you'll need to use later, and we'll grab the chest that contains the Rainbow Brush, which is one of Realm's most powerful weapons. Here we have the third and final monster formation that we haven't seen outside. It's a Vector, but there's actually 4 of them stacked on top of each other, so if you're going to use a spell like Ice 3 that can target an individual, you'll actually want to target the group so that you hit them all. We're getting to a point where Strago knows most of the spells in the game, so we'll give him Stray. And then we will continue our journey down and back to the door labeled L. We just made a little bit of a loop there. This hallway leads to the Skull Dragon, the last of the 2 dragons on our list. But first we have to face another landworm, and we know that these guys are weak against ice magic or doom magic. So we'll give this guy the cold shoulder with some ice 3 spells. Celes was getting low on MP, so I had her do a gem box combo of ice 3 followed by Osmose, which will give her back 329 magic points pretty much for free. With that guy out of the way, we can head up through the door, and this is the room where the dragon resides. Now, before we fight the Skull Dragon, we want to make sure that we have ribbon relics equipped. This guy can afflict us with some pretty bad statuses, so ribbons are a good idea. The dragon flies several circles around our party, and then it's time to fight. Now, this guy may look like some sort of green zombie, but it is not undead, so don't try to use a Revivify against it. It is still weak against holy or pearl magic as well as fire, and it would absorb poison, so it has some similar properties to an undead monster, but yeah, definitely not undead. The dragon likes to use negative status ailments against the party, and it will also try to condemn our characters occasionally. We can protect against this with the ribbon for the statuses and the safety bit for the condemned. This boss does occasionally use Elf Fire, which deals fire damage and it's unblockable, so you do have to watch out for that one. Now, another strategy you could use is to osmose or rasp away all of the Skull Dragon's magic points. Like the MagiMaster we fought at the top of the Tower of Fanatics, you can defeat this boss simply by draining all of its magic points, but unlike the MagiMaster, the Skull Dragon only has about 2,000 MP, so this strategy works quite quickly. Draining the magic points also works against the Gold Dragon, but that guy has a lot more MP, so it's not as good of a strategy here. Just keep rasping this monster, and it won't be long before it goes away. And that did it. The Skull Dragon is no more, and there's only one dragon left. If you're wondering what happens when all of the dragons are defeated, we will find out pretty soon, but we still need to defeat the Gold Dragon. Also, for defeating the Skull Dragon, we get a Muscle Belt Relic, which can increase a character's maximum hit points, and so that can come in handy to power up some underleveled characters. Now there's still a few lores that Strago hasn't learned yet, and this is a good room to try to learn a few of them. There's a 38% chance that any monster encounter here will have at least one Dark Force in it, and those are pretty good odds. We've also selected the Sketch command on Gogo's status menu, and then equipped them with the fake mustache so that we can use control. So we are trying to hit a monster encounter, and we're hoping that we'll meet a Dark Force, although it would be nice to meet some of the other monsters from this area as well. But there's the Dark Force we were looking for, flanked by 2 retainers. The retainers are those enemies that use the trade-off attack whenever they die, and they can kill one of your characters, well, the one that killed them. And we want to get rid of one of the 2 retainers, but we're going to have Gogo use control on the other one so that we can hold it in place. Dark Forces are a unique enemy that cycles through 7 possible turns in their attack script. On each turn, the Dark Force has a chance to use one of 3 different lore spells. If we wait long enough, a Dark Force will cycle through almost every lore in the entire game. It won't use Force Field, which is only used by a certain boss. It also won't use Big Guard or Grand Train, and it doesn't do Pep Up, but it'll do pretty much every other lore, so we want to keep that guy alive. Now there are a few lores that the Dark Force might use that will cause the Dark Force to die, like Exploder, so we want to watch for those. Be ready to cast a life spell targeting the Dark Force if it uses Exploder. So we're going to have a life magic spell ready to go. We're also casting life 3 on our characters in case something bad happens. And we're just holding life on the Dark Force just in case. Oh, there it is. There's the Exploder. So we will cast life on it, and we will be able to bring the Dark Force back because the battle continues. The retainer is held in place by Gogo, and so we'll bring back the Dark Force, and it will continue using lores. There is one lore that we are really hoping to see, and this is it. It's called Quasar. There are very few enemies in the game that can use Quasar. I think the only other one may be the Goddess boss, so we will be happy to learn that one from the Dark Force. Quasar is very similar to Grand Train or Ultima. It has a spell power of 57, so it's more powerful than Meteor, but not as powerful as Grand Train. And it deals non-elemental magic damage to all enemies, ignoring defense. It also always hits. So Quasar is sort of like Grand Train Jr., and if we didn't already know Grand Train, we would probably use Quasar more often. You do need to watch out that the Dark Force doesn't run out of magic points, so you may need to use an item like an elixir or an ether on the Dark Force to make sure that it's able to continue casting the lore spells. The other thing you should know about a Dark Force is if it does run completely out of magic points, it will die. So you can kill it whenever you're done learning lores by using Rasp or Osmose spells. And the only 2 lores that we needed to learn from this guy were Quasar, which we definitely saw, and Reflect ? Which we also saw. So we should be good here. Also, don't forget that Strago needs to be alive and in good status whenever the enemy uses the lore. It's okay if Strago is dead at the end of the battle, as long as he was alive and not blinded or otherwise incapacitated whenever the enemy used the lore that he was trying to learn. And with that, we now know all but one of Strago's lures. We'll get the last one from a boss called Doom. So we'll revive Go-Go and then we'll cure the party. And we'll check our lore list just to make sure that we know them all. There should only be one missing slot now, the one for Force Field. And it looks like we're in good shape. If we were still missing some lures, we could try to fight another Dark Force, and it should use whatever we were missing. Strago is getting very close to leveling up, so we will give him the Zone Seek Esper. And the enemies that you might meet here in this back hallway are the same ones that you could potentially meet in the Skull Dragon's room, and there are still some that we haven't seen yet, so we'll try to fight a few more monster encounters, and this is what we were looking for: 2 outsiders and a madam. The madam is the game's most powerful pipe-smoking woman, and not only can she cast some very strong spells, she can cast 2 in a row like she's using the gem box. She also can counter your attacks by using Cure 2 followed by Meteor, so use the Imp spell to get her out of the battle quickly. The outsiders are also legitimate threats. They always counterattack, so you do not want to use spells against this entire group. They'll do a bunch of counters on you and it could be problematic. These guys are weak against Pearl Magic, and they are also vulnerable to Doom spells and Doom techniques like the Air Anchor, so I recommend using something like that. Even when they're not countering you, the outsiders throw weapons, which can deal significant damage. And as soon as this guy attacks, he'll be dead, and then we can finish off the madam. She's not going to get out of being an imp, but you can see how she would have tried to counterattack us with Meteor, and after a few Meteor counterattacks, our party could get wiped out. A madam is technically weak against poison spells, but once she has been turned into an imp, you can use any sort of magic or even physical attacks to win. Moving forward, we're going to come to an outside area where there are no enemies, so you don't have to worry about encounters out here. This is where the 3 parties will come together. We need to flip a switch on the right and left side, so we're on the right switch right now, but whenever we press both of them, the door in the center will unlock. We'll use our tent trick one more time, and then we're going to strip these characters of all their equipment because it's time to switch over to group number 2. Right now, group number 3 can't move any farther forward, and group number 1 is also stuck. We'll need to press a switch with group number 2 to open up the way for group number 1, and that's what we'll need to do next. Group 2 is Locke's party, and we need to assign some relics. Shadow is going to be using the Imp items, so we'll give him the Dragon Horn and Dragoon Boots, and then we'll give Locke the Sneak Ring for maximum stealage, as well as a ribbon for protection. Realm can also use a ribbon, and we'll give her the fake mustache to enable her control ability. And Terra has absurd magic powers, so we'll give her the gem box as well as another ribbon. Now we'll equip Shadow with all of the Imp gear. We'll need to do this manually, so that's the Imp Halberd, the Tortoise Shield, the Titanium, and the Imp Armor. And then we'll do the optimum setting for everyone else, but we're going to tweak it a bit like we always do. Locke can use our Mirage Vest to increase his speed to an even higher level, and we're going to give Realm the Paladin Shield for elemental protection, as well as the Coronet that we found earlier. With the gem box, Terra is going to be doing more magic than melee, so the Enhancer's +7 to magic power is a good addition. We'll also use the Mystery Veil. We definitely can't forget to cast the Imp spell on Shadow, or he won't be able to take full advantage of the gear that he's wearing. We'll save the game, and then we're going to move off of this save point, so we can't use tents right now. This small room is known as the scrap area, and there are some unique monsters that we'll fight down here. Usually you'll meet 3 movers, but this time we're facing a Steroidite. It looks like this monster has gone a little bit too far with the juice, and this is a great enemy to steal from. We have Realm to control the monster, and now we will just keep trying to steal until we get a Thunder Shield. The Thunder Shield is not an item that you can just buy in stores. Usually you would have to wager a gauntlet at the Colosseum to get one, but if you fight enough Steroidites, you can acquire a very large supply of them. And this time we were able to get it, so we got the Thunder Shield, and now we can end the battle. Thunder Shields not only provide protection against the basic elements like lightning, fire, and ice, as well as wind, but if you use one as an item, it becomes a consumable item that casts the Bolt 3 spell, and that can be very powerful against some enemies. Steroidites are weak against Pearl, so the Illuminasword really does a number on these guys. Of course, it has 25,000 hit points, so it will take one more Pearl spell to finish the fight. And that's it. We've cleared out the Steroidite, and we took home a Thunder Shield as well. Not bad. From the scrap area, we'll head to the pipe room. If you'd like to go back, you can take the pipe on the right. That will take you to the area near where the tack star was. But to move forward, we'll need to take the pipe on the left, which is labeled C on the map. Junks are a peculiar enemy type that like to sacrifice themselves, sometimes by using Pep Up, but other times by using Exploder, which can deal 2,000 damage. They're mechanical enemies, so they're weak against lightning and water, so try to take them out before they can take themselves out. Luckily, Shadow had 2,010 hit points, which was just enough to not die there. We'll cure the party, and we'll switch around a few of our espers, and then we'll make our way to the pipe on the left, which is labeled C on the map. The pipe brings us back outside, and we're over on the left part of this map. We're going to head down into this door, which is labeled D, and whenever we depress this switch, Party 1 will now be able to move forward. This group has the benefit of the Moogle charm, but if we're trying to meet all of the monsters in the game, it would behoove us to at least take a few battles here in this area that seems to be made from the old Magitech factory. And if we're going to do battles, we're going to need to equip at least some basic equipment, as well as removing the Moogle charm. So we're not going to totally unequip our other party just so that we can do this, but we are going to try to give these characters a fighting chance. Mog is only level 29, and Setzer is only level 26, but Sabin is very powerful, so I think that we'll be okay. Or at least I hope so. We should also make sure that we have some decent espers equipped in case any of these characters level up. With levels as low as some of these characters have, there's probably a good chance of that happening. We'll give Mog Zone Seek, and then I think we're all set. So we'll try to take some random encounters here. And here we have a sky base with 4 Iron Hitmen. The Iron Hitman enemies don't have very many hit points, and this entire group is weak against lightning and water magic, so a big Bolt 3 spell might be able to take out the entire group. It's the sky base that's the real danger here. The sky base will always start the battle out by using level 5 Doom, so if any of your characters are vulnerable to that, you have to watch out. It is vulnerable to death attacks itself, so the Doom Darts that Setzer had actually just killed it. If you use anything other than a basic attack against a sky base, there is a chance that it will use multiple blaster counterattacks, which can instantly kill some of your characters. It can be devastating. Now, we've seen Enochs and Fortises before. In fact, we've seen quite a few Fortises, but we've never seen this configuration where they're together. We know that Enochs like to confuse our characters, so we will have to watch out for that, and it seems that Sabin has become a victim this time. But I think that we may be able to defeat this Enoch quickly enough that it won't be a big problem. Just like all of the other enemies in this segment of the tower, the Enochs and Fortises are both weak against lightning or water magics. Sabin's group is a good bit weaker than our other two parties, so that battle went on a bit too long, but we did prevail. Now, another encounter we haven't seen yet is against this Prometheus. Just like all the others, this guy is weak against lightning or water magic, and if you use a regular attack against it, it may counter you with S-Cross, and if we use magic against it, it might counter with N-Cross. We've seen those attacks before, so we'll hit it with the Bum Rush, and then follow it up with some Bolt spells, and that should take it down. We've seen all of the monster formations in this particular room, but the really interesting monster is in this room. This small room is the only place in the game where you can meet a Doom Dragon in the wild. The Doom Dragon is a powerful enemy, and hopefully we'll just meet one Doom Dragon here, but if we're unlucky, we could run into a group of 2 Doom Dragons. We got the more common single Doom Dragon here, which is good because I really didn't want to get annihilated right now. The real problem with this guy is that it will counterattack anything we throw at it with Fallen One, which will put our entire party into critical condition. Then there's a chance it might use S-Cross again, which could wipe us completely out. Now, if we can just get off a second Bum Rush, that should be enough damage to defeat this guy, and we did do the right blitz inputs, so I think that'll be enough. Alright, we survived the Doom Dragon, and now we have seen that guy, so we can move on. Sabin also learned his final blitz, the Spiraler, but that's not one we're going to use very often. You will sacrifice Sabin whenever you use it, and it will recover the rest of the party's health and even some statuses, but Sabin will be gone. You won't be able to revive him for that battle. I think that's enough battles for this weaker party, so we will strip off their equipment, and we will restore the Moogle charm to Mog, so that we don't have to fight any more random encounters, and we should be able to walk this party all the way to the goddess statue without fighting anything else. This door leads to the door labeled O on the map, and that brings us over here where we'll be able to open chest number 7, which contains a tack star, and then we'll enter this door, which is labeled P on the map, but this one in the center is still locked, so we'll need to switch back to Locke's party to be able to open it. Here in this room there are 3 different possible monster formations that we could hit, and this one with the 3 junk we have seen before, so we're just going to try to clear these out very quickly, but we would like to run into the Dueler and the Fortis because we haven't seen a Dueler just yet. Junks just love sacrificing themselves, and hopefully we'll be able to clear these out with a big Bolt 3 spell before one of them does Exploder against Realm. But that, of course, was not the monster formation we were looking for. So let's see if we can actually hit that Dueler Fortis combination. There's a 31% chance, so it's really not terrible odds. And here it is. We wanted to see a Dueler so we could check it off of our list, but it's not the most remarkable enemy type. It's weak against lightning and water magic, and it likes to use level 4 Flare or level 5 Death, so if you have characters that are vulnerable to those spells, they could be in danger here. Duelers also have a chance to use Mega Shock, which is a technique that deals 3x damage, and there's a 33% chance that they'll counter anything you throw at them with their shrapnel attack. We'll cure the party, and then I feel like we've taken enough battles in this small room, so we're going to go back out the same way that we came in. We only stopped in here to flip that switch. We're going to go through this door, which is labeled Q on the map, and this small hallway will lead us to the Gold Dragon, which is the last dragon we need to defeat. But if we hit a random monster encounter in this hall, there's a good chance we'll fight against 2 Vecta-Goyles, which are enemies we haven't seen yet. Vecta-Goyles can use powerful elemental magics against our party, like Aqua Rake, Blizzard, Blaze, or Gigavolt, and they also can do a physical attack. There's a 66% chance that they will counter our own attacks with one of theirs, so be careful using standard attacks against them. Terra learned some spells after that last battle, so she doesn't need the Terato Esper anymore, and Locke would like to use it so that he can finish up learning the spells that he's already started, so we'll switch some things around. And hopefully we won't hit any more random encounters before we reach the dragon, and it looks like we're all good. Now, the Gold Dragon is very easy to defeat. It only uses lightning-based attacks, so if you have gear like the Paladin shield, the Minerva armor, or even just Thunder shields, you really can't lose against this guy. Unlike the White Dragon, you can't just use wall rings to beat this guy, because if any of your characters have the Reflect status, the Gold Dragon will cast Reflect on itself, and then it will start bouncing spells off of itself at your party. So the programmers knew that Reflect was something that could be exploited against these dragons, but I guess they wanted the White Dragon to be easy to beat. As an alternate strategy, you can defeat this dragon by draining its MP down to 0, but unlike the Skull Dragon, this guy has 4,000 magic points, so that's a good bit more that you'll have to drain. Still, it's not that hard to do. The easiest way to beat the Gold Dragon, though, is to just use good old Vanish Doom. And so that will work here. It would also work against the Skull Dragon, so if you like Vanish Dooming things, the dragons in this tower are definitely vulnerable to it. And here's the Doom. Not that we needed to beat the Gold Dragon this way, but it is a very fast way of winning. The only other things to say about this boss is that it is weak against water magic, and it absorbs lightning, so if you use like the Bismarck summon spell, that will deal big damage. And with that, the dragon seal is broken, and we received the Crusader Magicite. Now, considering all the fanfare around this Esper and what we had to do to get it, I don't think Crusader is actually that good. It's nice that it gives us a way to learn Meteor now that we converted Odin, but the other spell that it teaches us, Merton, it deals damage to both the enemy and our party, so we need some specific equipment to make that good. Before leaving the Gold Dragon's room, there are some interesting monsters that we might encounter here, including these veterans. If these guys look familiar, that's because this Ahriman type enemy is a staple of the Final Fantasy series. The version in this game loves to condemn our characters, which is certainly in line with what this monster type usually does. If you use magic against it, it could counter with the roulette lore, which will randomly kill one of the characters on the screen, friend or foe. It can miss, and it can also be protected against by using something like the safety bit. It's also worth noting that if you have the Ragnarok Esper instead of the sword, you can try to metamorph these monsters and you can get some very unique items, including the Thornlet or the Cursed Ring. It's also worth noting that if Gogo keeps using their Mimic ability after you use a summon spell, they can copy it infinite times, assuming that no other party does an action in between. So just keep mimicking, and you can keep using Ragnarok until it works. Also in this room you can meet a Daedalus, which will be paired with a Veteran. This thing has over 12,000 hit points and is weak against fire or holy magics, but absorbs poison. A Daedalus is undead, so something like healing magic or an item like a Revivify could work against it. If any of your characters have the Reflect status, the Daedalus will use Reflect ? Which is a lore that Strago can learn. This is a weird one that doesn't actually remove the Reflect status, but it inflicts other negative statuses on a character that has a Reflect shield. So don't use Reflect shields against Daedalus and you should be fine. Also, if you use basic attacks against it, it'll have a 33% chance of countering with Firewall. Once we pass through into this room, we can press the left switch, and with both switches pressed, the door in the center will open. Group 1 can now pass through. In this room, we'll make a critical choice, left or right. Whichever way we go, we will be blocked and won't be able to go the other direction. We want to have Party 1 go to the right because that will set things up so that Group 3 will fight Doom, and Group 3 contains Strago, who needs to learn his last lore from that boss. If we sent Group 1 to the left there, that will mess up what we were trying to do here, so I don't recommend doing that, although it is technically a viable option. Once Party 1 has pushed the weight down onto the right switch, Group 3 can now go up through the center door. So we're going to unequip Party 1 and we're going to hastily equip Party 3. We're not going to do too much tweaking in here because we're not going to be using this party for very long, but they may hit some enemy encounters, so we want to make sure that they're prepared. This group is pretty strong, so I'm not super worried about them. We have a lot of good gear that we can use. The Bard's Hat will increase Strago's magic defense. We want to make sure that we have the Paladin shield on someone that needs to learn the Ultima magic. And we'll give some of our better relics to these characters like hero rings and ribbons so that they will be protected from negative statuses and their attacks and spells will pack a bit more punch. We're going to equip Celes with the gem box because being able to cast 2 spells in the same round of combat is extremely powerful, and we'll round out her relics with another ribbon. Then we just have to assign a few Espers to this party, and we'll be able to move into the tower. We need to send this party up through the door in the middle and then over to the left, taking the path that Party 1 was cut off from, so that this group can push the other weight down on the left switch. Now, we knew we'd probably have to fight some battles, and here we have a Scullion. This thing has 27,000 hit points, and like most other mechanical monsters, it's weak against lightning or water. This mechanical monstrosity always uses gamma rays on its first turn, which will inflict the condemned status, assuming that it actually hits. Celes blocked it. We're going to use our best lightning and water spells, including Bolt 3 and Clean Sweep against this guy, and whenever it dies, it does its Atomic Ray death attack. If you were wondering how that Atomic Ray actually works, it deals fire damage to the target and has a spell power of 80. If you're very worried about it, Celes can actually absorb it with her runic ability. Speaking of Celes, she's about to level up, so we'll give her the Tritok Esper, which will enhance her magic abilities whenever she does level, and then we'll head over here to the left, and that wall will block our path, locking us in over here. And here we have 3 Enochs, and we've seen these before. They always start the battle with Brain Blast, which can confuse a character. Luckily, Edgar blocked all 3 of those, and let's try out that Quasar spell we learned earlier. It looks pretty cool, but it's not as good as Grand Train. Strago may get better mileage against these guys with something like Clean Sweep, but we had to use that Quasar spell at some point, so that's what it looks like. Now all we need to do is head down and push that weight. We won't be able to push it while Locke is actually standing on the switch, so we'll need to change over to his party and have them step off of it. Once everybody's ready to go, we'll get in position, then we will switch over to Locke. He will move off of the pressure plate, and there's the weight. The way is now open, and we'll head back through the door. We'll put Edgar's party on this switch, and we'll go over to party 1. We want them on this switch on the right. Now we just need to move Locke's party onto the switch in the center, but we do need to be ready for monster encounters once we go through the center door. When all 3 switches in the upper room are pressed at the same time, the door in the middle will open up, and Locke's party will be able to pass through into a hallway where they will have to fight a boss. So we're going to strip all of the equipment from Edgar's party, and we're going to send all of that stuff over to Locke's party so that they will be ready for the battles ahead. It only takes a minute or 2 to switch your equipment around, so I think that it's worth the time investment. If you feel like it goes against the spirit of the game, well, then you'll just need to spend more time acquiring more good equipment, which probably means doing a lot of work in the Colosseum. We will equip Tara with an enhancer to increase her magic power, and we'll give Realm a Magus Rod to get a similar effect for her. We'll also equip Realm with the Aegis Shield, which is good for magic blocking as well as magic defense, and we'll also equip the Coronet, which not only powers up magic, but will give her a much needed boost in speed. For Locke, we're going to equip him with the Red Cap, which gives him a lot of nice extra stats, but also increases his maximum hit points, leading him to having the max of 9,999. So those are great bonuses. With nearly 10,000 hit points, Locke is going to be very hard to kill, and Shadow already has the appropriate relics, and now we just need to cure the party, and we are ready to go. We'll climb the stairs and depress the switch. Another stairway appears leading to a small door. No random encounters, not bad. Once you step fully into this room, the Guardian attacks. It's time for another boss. We've seen this thing before, and previously it was almost unkillable, but here in Kefka's Tower, that is not the case. Like most mechanical monsters, this guy is weak against lightning or water magic, and Locke can steal a force armor from it, or perhaps a ribbon. This is actually a very cool battle. The boss will run battle programs that imitate some of the most notable bosses from the world of balance. He will use moves from Ultros, Dataluma, the Air Force, and even Atma weapon if the battle goes on long enough. This guy also has 60,000 hit points and decent defense as well as magic defense scores. However, because it's weak against lightning, if you just hammer this guy with Bolt 3 spells, it will die very quickly, and you probably won't get to see any of its advanced battle programs, which is kind of a shame. You can't vanish this guy, so there's no Vanish Doom combo against this boss, but if your characters know the Bolt 3 spell or something like Ultima, it will not take very long to defeat it. With the boss defeated, we'll stay in another one-time use tent, and then we'll switch over to our third party, which is able to now use a tent as well. It's been a minute since we were standing on a save point, so this is a good opportunity for our parties to recover. We probably even need to use a tent on party 1 because we did some of those battles, like the Doom Dragon, but they're only going to have to face one more boss as it stands. We'll cast Imp on Shadow because the tent restored him to normal, and then it will be time to move on. And to move on, I mean we need to go backwards, because we have to head down where there's a switch for us to press now. It wasn't there before. We've certainly seen enough of these Enochs now. We know they always start the battle with Brain Blast, and we're going to get a nice big melee attack out of lock with the offering on them, and I do think that the Bolt 3 spells that we have queued up should easily finish this battle. So we'll just blow through these guys, and then we'll continue on with our journey. With those Enochs sent to the scrap heap, we'll head down, and we will touch this switch, opening new doors on the left and right side. Don't forget to do this. It's very easy to just fight the Guardian and then continue on upwards instead of going backwards first. We didn't save the game before, so we'll do it now, and then we'll proceed through the upper door, which will lead us over here, and that takes us back outside. And we know what the monsters are like outside. They have not changed, even though we are now near the top of the tower. We haven't used the Crusader Esper summon yet, so we'll try it now. It looks really cool. There's 3 characters and they do a Knights of the Round style thing, but they hit everybody, including our own party, so I don't recommend using that one very often. It killed Realm, and she was the one that cast it. Those Crusaders just don't respect anybody. We'll use a life spell to bring Realm back, and then we'll do some cure magic to bring everybody back up to speed. We took quite a beating from our own spell there. Outside there is a hidden ribbon down here at the bottom, so don't miss that. And then up here, we'll find our first of the 3 statue bosses. This one is Poltergeist. Against Poltergeist, relics like the safety bit or the memento ring are very good choices to use here. They'll protect you against death type magics, so equip any of those that you have. Poltergeist here. This guy means business. He has 58,000 hit points and automatic haste. He will try to use stop against your party, and there's not a whole lot you can do about it other than casting stop against Poltergeist, which does work. The automatic haste will make the stop wear off faster, and we can use haste 2 on our party to help wear off the stop on us faster as well. If Poltergeist gets its turn and any of our characters are stopped, it will use Blaster on that character, which can instantly kill, and if a character is stopped, it won't miss. However, relics like the safety bit or memento ring can protect from Blaster, so that's why we equipped those earlier. When the Poltergeist's hit points are reduced to about 32,000, it'll enter phase 2 where it can use more powerful magic. Many of the spells it uses in phase 2 are fire-based, so using some fire protecting equipment is a good idea, but not all of them are, so if you're worried about getting hit by a big spell, you'll probably want to cast some shell magic on the party. The Poltergeist is weak against poison magic like Bio, and it absorbs fire or wind, so don't use those type of attacks. Bio is not the most powerful spell, and you won't be able to get the damage over time effect against this boss, so you may want to use more powerful non-elemental magics like Flare or Ultima. If you have something like Grand Train, you might want to use that. Any of those is probably good. If you hit the Poltergeist 8 times, it'll use a counterattack called Wave Cannon, which is a big lightning spell. So you may want to prepare for that, but if you're hitting hard enough, it'll never get to use it, and the Poltergeist will look more like Poultrygeist. It's possible in a longer battle to extend Terra's Morph ability so that it will last for the entire battle, or at least until she dies. Once Terra is morphed, a green morph timer will replace her normal turn timer next to her hit points in the menu area at the bottom of the screen. The trick is we need to cast Stop on Terra, and it needs to actually hit her before the timer runs out. Theoretically, you'd like to cast it just as the timer is running out, but you may have to cast it multiple times because sometimes Terra just blocks it. If you're going to use this strategy against the Poltergeist, make sure that Terra has a safety bit to protect against the Poltergeist's blaster attack. Now, whenever the Poltergeist gets its turn, it will obsessively try to blaster Terra, so our other characters can do whatever they want. The blaster is not going to work if she's equipped with a safety bit. It looks like Terra has a lot more time on her morph, so we do need to pay attention and make sure that we cast Stop on her again if the stop wears off. The trick won't work if she is not stopped as the timer expires. So we'll cast Stop on her again. You can see that she is active now, so she's not stopped. And Locke was able to steal the red jacket, and this is a good way to buy him time to do that. So if you're interested in stealing from this boss, casting Stop on one of your characters that is equipped with the safety bit is a very good way of distracting the Poltergeist so that it won't do anything dangerous. Be aware that if multiple characters are stopped, the Poltergeist will prioritize the one that's highest up in the party, so Locke would be the highest priority and Shadow would be the lowest priority. So it may be smart if you're using this strategy to put Terra as the party leader. Okay, it looks like Terra's morph timer is about to run out, and normally she should revert into her human form here, but she didn't. That's because she was stopped, and it looks like her stop conveniently wore off just now as well. So that's pretty awesome. She will stay in her morphed form until the battle ends, or until she gets killed. It's unlikely to happen though. We're going to have everyone cast their best bio spells against this guy, and you'll see that because Terra is morphed, hers will deal more damage, and it won't be long before the Poltergeist goes down. Now, of course, if everybody was just doing their best spells while Terra was stopped, we could have won this battle already. But if you want to use the infinite morph trick, it can be very handy in the final battle, which will go on for quite some time. But I did want to show you this stop on your own party member strategy, and it was a good opportunity to show the infinite morph trick as well, so we were able to kind of do two things at once. And with that, the Poltergeist is defeated, and as our reward for defeating this guy, we will get the Aura Lance, which is a very powerful weapon that Edgar or Mog can use. The Aura Lance has battle power 227 and is the most powerful weapon Mog can equip. It also gives +3 strength, +1 stamina, +2 speed, and +3 magic. It is Pearl Elemental. There's a room with a save point behind the boss, and there's also a hole in the floor. If we were to drop through that hole, we would land near a switch, and there are 3 switches, 1 for each of our parties, and when they're all pressed, we'll be taken to Kefka. But we just want to sit on the save point right now so that our other characters will have the benefit of being able to use tents or saving the game in any location, so we don't have to just jump down that hole right now. We're mostly done with Group 2 now, so we stripped off all of their equipment, and now our focus shifts over to Group 3, which is Edgar's party. We're going to equip most of our characters with a hero ring and a ribbon for relics, but Celis will get the gem box so that she can double cast spells, and she'll also get a ribbon. Now we'll do our equipment. The Optimum is a nice suggestion, but we'll still need to make a few changes. We'll start here with Edgar. We're going to give him the Enhancer since he won't be doing very many melee attacks with the Illumina sword, and we'll give him a Force Shield to enhance his magic blocking, and the Regal Crown and Mirage Vests are just great pieces of armor and a helmet, so he can equip those too. We'll have Celis use the Illumina and the Paladin Shield, and over here we'll have Strago switch over to the Bard's Hat, while we give a Magus Rod and probably an Aegis Shield to Go-Go. That looks pretty good. This crew doesn't have too far to go. We're going to head down, and now that this door on the left is open, we can proceed through here. And that will give us a path that leads to the left side of the Guardian's Hall. The Doom statue boss resides in this room, but first, we've been attacked by 3 Enochs, but we have them trapped in a pincer attack. Well, we've certainly seen these enough times, so hit them with your best bolt spells or water spells, or Ultima, whatever you got. It won't take much to defeat the Enochs. And after the second Bolt 3 spell, they have been defeated. Although they have pretty good magic defense, they just can't hang with elements that they are weak against. Edgar just leveled up and he was using the Raiden Esper for its level up bonus, so we'll switch him over to Starlit. And before we take on the boss, we'll switch parties quickly so that we can use a tent one more time. And the amount of tents we have used in this tower could probably house a small town. But we'll rest one more time, save the game, and then we'll take on Doom. Doom has 63,000 hit points, and it's sort of the ice statue boss. Much like Poltergeist was the fire one, this guy uses a lot of ice-based attacks, and it absorbs ice magic as well as poison magic. You'll probably want some sort of gear that can protect you from ice. N-Cross has frozen Go-Go, but we don't need him back right away. If we did, we could use our weakest fire spell on him, but instead we're just going to focus on taking Doom out and hitting him with powerful magic like Flare or Pearl if we know it. We can also have Edgar use his drill attack, which ignores defense. Doom has a 66% chance of countering anything you throw at it with a basic physical attack. Now, with the gear that we're wearing, this shouldn't be a big deal and will block most of them, but the Mirage Vest could help. Oh no, Ice 3 on Go-Go? We're going to have to revive them. Now, make sure that you don't kill Doom too quickly. If every spell you use on it hits for 9,999, it will never do its Force Field. It only does Force Field after it's been hit 8 times. And then it will use it. You also need to be careful because whenever Doom's hit points are reduced to about 32,000, it will enter phase 2 and it will flash and suddenly gain a bunch of powerful status effects, including Reflect. And yeah, Celes is about to take the brunt of that, except that it missed. We're still waiting for Force Field, and there it is. Force Field is a weird one. It chooses a random element. It looks like in this case it chose wind, and now Doom is protected from wind. So that's how that works. It's sort of like a reverse debilitator. In any case, Strago was alive and well when Doom used Force Field, so he should learn the lore at the end of the battle. Now, Celes was just targeted, and that means Doom is going to try to attack her on its next turn, assuming that it's still alive. There it is. Demon's Rage is the attack it uses after targeting, and that does big damage. Demon Rage deals 4x damage, and it was almost enough to kill Celes. And oh wow, she used her Desperation attack! Each character has a unique Desperation attack, and that was Celes's. A Desperation attack can only be performed in a battle that's gone on for longer than 25 seconds, and then you have to choose a basic attack with a character that is in the near-death status. Even then, there is only about a 6% chance of it happening, so I'm really happy that I was able to show you one here. I wasn't sure I was going to be able to capture one. Now, if you're having trouble with this guy, unlike some of the other endgame bosses, Doom is vulnerable to the Vanish spell, so you can Vanish Doom it. However, if you Vanish Doom this guy too quickly, it will never use the Force Field spell, and then Strago won't be able to learn it as a lore. So if you are interested in learning all of the lores, you probably don't want to Vanish Doom this guy, but if you really don't care, it is a viable strategy. For defeating Doom, we get the Sky Render, which is Cayenne's ultimate weapon. Although it's not as impressive as some of the other ones. It does have battle power 215, which is quite nice, but the only other stat that it increases is Evade. It gives you plus 20 evasion, but evasion doesn't do anything in this version of the game. So while the Sky Render is probably better in some of the other versions, it's not great here. And you can see that we completed our lore list, and then we saved the game, and we can climb up through this pipe, and we'll set Edgar's party on the first of the 3 switches. We have one more statue boss to defeat, and we'll need to do it with our weakest party. So we're definitely going to strip all of the equipment from Edgar's party to make sure that Sabin's group has a fighting chance. We'll head outside through this door on the right and up through the right side of the Guardian's hallway, and that will bring us face to face with the third and final statue, the Goddess. If you use physical attacks against the Goddess, she has a 1 in 3 chance of countering with Love Token, which will make the affected character block any other physical attacks that come towards the Goddess. So that's pretty scary. The offering seems to get around this, so we'll give Cayenne the good old Genji Glove offering combo. For Setzer, we better give him some protective gear. He is very low level, so we'll use the Bard's Hat and the Force Armor. And let's try out the fixed dice. We haven't seen those in action yet. We're going to need a stellar performance from Sabin to win this one, so we will equip him with an Aegis Shield, the Regal Crown is nice, and the Mirage Vest can make him faster. Mog has some reasonable equipment with the Snow Muffler. That's a very good body armor, but maybe we could do better with the Merit Award, so we'll try equipping that. The Illumina Sword will give Mog some very nice stat boosts, although we do need to be careful if we're using it as a melee attack, because the Pearl special ability of this sword will be absorbed by the goddess and she'll actually gain some hit points back. Something that works great for characters that don't know a lot of spells is the Bahamut Summon, because this always hits and it deals non-elemental damage. And I think Sabin is very close to learning Stop with the Golem Esper, so we'll equip him with that. And then it'll be time to take on the goddess. Now it's nice that this battle is always a pincer attack with the goddess between our party members, but she has automatic haste as well as shell, so it's not as bad for her as you may think. The fixed dice did some reasonable damage, and the Genji Glove offering combo did even more. We were lucky enough to not get any love token counterattacks, and here is Mog with the Bahamut summon, Sun Flare. The goddess only has 44,000 hit points, and that did about 6,000 damage, which is quite good for Mog. Sabin is going to be using the Bum Rush, which is almost always doing all 9s at this point in the game, and that was not a great roll from the fixed dice. At this point, I'm just trying to attack the goddess so that we can see the love token counter, but it hasn't happened just yet. Keep in mind that the goddess absorbs lightning and holy attacks like this pearl attribute from the Illumina sword. Yep, that happened, and we got the love token counterattack? What a disaster. Now physical attacks are going to be absorbed by Mog, so we'll have Mog defend. I think we already have a few physical attacks queued up, like this one from Setzer. Oof, what a hit. Now you'll see that the offering Genji Glove is not hitting Mog, so that seems to get through it. If you aren't doing basic melee attacks, be aware that the goddess can counter anything else with Bolt 2, so having some lightning protection is a good plan. If you don't hit the goddess hard enough, after 8 hits she'll use Overcast, which condemns the entire party, and then any characters that die for the rest of the battle will return to life as zombies. So you would ideally like to defeat this boss before that happens. If you need to kill her quickly, you can use Vanish Doom, or just for a little bit of flavor here, we're going to do Vanish X-Zone. If you're struggling with the goddess and just need a way forward, this strategy can help you out. Just like the other statue bosses, when the goddess's HP gets down to around 32,000, it will unlock some more powerful magic, including Quasar, but with only 44,000 hit points, we can beat the goddess fairly easily, even with a weaker party. And with that, all 3 statues have been defeated, and the seal on the room that leads to the last switch has been released. We'll save the game and head inside. Now, don't be too hasty about jumping on these switches. There are no random encounters in this back room, but you'll want to make sure that you have all of your equipment in order before you step on the final switch and challenge Kefka. Now, we're not going to do that just yet, because if you don't feel like you're ready for Kefka, you can use the warp spell to get out of here. After going through Kefka's tower, we have now met every monster in the entire game, except for the final bosses. So it's time to complete the Veldt. Yeah, I bet you thought that I forgot about the Veldt. Getting every rage takes a lot of luck, and it can be very frustrating, but there is a way to manipulate what monsters you see on the Veldt. You see, the way that monsters are populated on the Veldt is that the game has a series of 64 packs. Each pack has up to 8 different monster formations in it, and whenever you get a random encounter on the Veldt, the game chooses one at random from the current pack. Then, once you finish that battle, the next battle will be chosen from the next pack in order. Now, we already have the rage for the Grasshoppers here, but we know that 3 Grasshoppers are in one of the earlier packs. If you're looking to get the Tyrannosaur Rage, which is in pack 41, you'll know that we need to go through many battles until we get to pack 40, which is the one before it. Now this is a monster from pack 40, so once we complete this battle, we're going to do the manipulation. What monsters are in which packs is a lot of information, and I can't fit all of that on the screen, so you'll just have to look it up online, but trust me when I tell you that the Tyrannosaurs are in the next pack. So we're going to go into the cave in the Veldt, we're going to meet a monster, and then we're going to run away. So meet any monster in the cave in the Veldt, run away, then go back outside, and we're going to save the game, but we're going to do it after we strip off all of our armor. So empty everyone's inventory. This will just make it easier for our party to be killed, and that sounds like a bad thing, but it may be desirable here. Make sure to save the game after you do that, and then take the next encounter. This one will be from pack 41. But it's not the Tyrannosaurs that we were looking for. Well, when this happens, we just need to get annihilated. The tumbleweeds are in pack 41, so this confirms that we are on the right pack. We just need to eliminate the party here. We'll have Gogo use the Spiraler Blitz. This one will sacrifice Gogo, and you'll see that Gogo cannot even be revived at this point. That crazy mimic is dead. We won't be able to revive Gogo until after the battle is over, so you can see why we don't use Spiraler very often. But this is a good corner case where it could be useful. We just wanted to sacrifice him, and if you have any other spells that sacrifice a character like Exploder or Pep Up, those could be good here too. Otherwise, you'll probably just want to keep attacking your characters, or even better, use powerful spells. It doesn't matter if you spend a bunch of magic points, we're just trying to die anyways so that we can respawn. Powerful spells like Flare or any of the tier 3 elemental magics should work just great. And now Realm is the only one left, and the tumbleweeds are taking quite a toll on her. If you're not wearing armor, the enemies can hurt pretty bad. We'll throw one more big ice spell her way, and that should be enough to annihilate the party. Now when this happens, we're going to respawn where we saved. Do not save the game once you respawn. Instead, we're going to immediately go into the cave on the Veldt. This is very important. So go into the cave. We're going to try to encounter some monsters, and then we need to run away. So we'll try to meet some monsters. It will almost surely be some number of toe cutters. And it is. There's a pair of toe cutters, and we're just going to run away. If you take some damage, that's alright, because we might need to wipe out the party pretty soon anyways. After doing this though, we're going to go back outside. Now we're going to save the game. So save the game, and we're going to take the next encounter on the Veldt, and it will be from pack 41 again, except it's going to be randomly selected, and it will hopefully be the monsters we were looking for. And there's a pair of Tyrannosaurs. Just what we were looking for. We just need to get the leap to happen, and there it is. And that's how you can get any specific rage on the Veldt. Now, if you're looking for the Senior Behemoth, that one always appears in pack 57, so if you want to kill it for a Behemoth suit, it will eventually spawn. Be aware that there are 3 holes in the list of rages. 2 of them are for monsters that only populate in the Colosseum, Chupon and Siegfried, and I think the 3rd one is Aloe Vera, but it was fixed in some later versions of the game. Still, I am sure that those empty spaces probably drove some gamers crazy back in the 1990s. Back here in Kefka's tower, it's time to prepare for the final battle. I like to start out by stripping all of the characters of their equipment so that we can start from scratch. In the battle against Kefka, we still will only have a 4-character party, but the trick here is that we have to fight through 4 sets of bosses, and if any of our characters are dead or somehow incapacitated, like turned to stone perhaps, then those characters will disappear whenever we move on from one boss to another, and they will be replaced by the next character in order. So we want to have more than just 4 characters equipped here. So we're going to prioritize a core 4 characters first, and then we're going to do some good equipment on a 5th, 6th, and maybe 7th character, and then we're just going to quickly equip everything else that we have to the remaining characters in the off chance that they might end up in the party at some point. I like choosing Terra, Locke, Sabin, and Realm as my core 4, but you can choose any 4 characters you want, and if you're having trouble deciding which characters to use, maybe just pick the 4 that have the highest level. If you're struggling to find enough good gear to equip your last few characters, don't forget about the Imp equipment. The Imp equipment actually works quite well against Kefka and all of the bosses leading up to the final fight. So if you need to equip those Imp items in a pinch, it's really not that bad. We just got the Excalibur sword for defeating the goddess, and we'll probably want to equip one of our characters with that. Terra, Celis, Locke, or Edgar can all equip it. It has 217 battle power, but that's not all. It also increases your strength by +2, your stamina by +1, your magic by +1, and your speed by +2. It even has a Pearl Elemental attack. Really good. For relics, well, how many ribbons do you have? Ribbons are very good against the final bosses to protect against negative statuses. We'll also use hero rings to power up some of our weaker characters. And then our best relics like the gem box and the offering should almost certainly be put into play. If you have Imp characters, you want to equip them with the Dragoon boots and the Dragon's horn. That will allow them to jump, getting them out of harm's way, and it will allow them to deal extra damage whenever they land. I think the plan is going to be to have Strago, Edgar, and then Celis as the 5th, 6th, and 7th characters in order, and I doubt that we'll lose any more characters than that. Don't forget about equipping espers to your characters as well, unless they have the gem box equipped, in which case you won't be able to use the espers, but you want to choose espers that might have some good summon effects for you to use. Bahamut could be a good choice. Maybe you would want to use Phantom's Fader. There's a number of things you might want to try. We also want to make sure that all of our characters are in the correct row. At the end of the game here, most of your characters should be in the back row. If you're just using spells, it doesn't matter which row you're in, so you want the protection of the back row. And many of the end game weapons also don't care if you're in the back row. Now, if you're just doing basic melee attacks with not very spectacular weapons, you'll need to be in the front row for that, but everyone else should be in the back. Now, I'm not even sure why I'm bothering to equip characters like Mog or Setzer. If we really get that deep into the order, well, Kefka has probably already won. But I hate giving up, so we'll equip everybody with the best items and relics that we have, and if Setzer gets in there and saves the day in the very end, well then I guess we'll be happy that we did it. We'll give him a muscle belt to increase his health and maybe some running shoes to make him faster. And I think that's it. That's everything. Now we just need to move Locke into position. Once we're together, we're glowing. And as our characters are bathed in light, we're going up, up, up. It's our moment. Well, the jig is up, the news is out, we finally found him. Never more to go astray, this will be the end today of the wanted man. Now, Kefka may be wanted dead or alive, but we just want him dead. So laugh it up, Kefka, because it will be we that have the last laugh. Of course, when Kefka appears, he has to make a crazy supervillain speech. And we'll allow it for now, but choose what you say carefully, Kefka, because these will be your last words. Now, of all the final bosses in all of the Final Fantasy games, Kefka may be one of the easier ones to defeat. And it's not that Kefka isn't very powerful. It's just that he picked a fight with a dozen superheroes. And what does Kefka have? Some statues? Yeah, that's not what's really important, Kefka. You're about to learn the value of teamwork, Kefka. You think you can just sit up here in your not-so-ivory tower, raining lightning down on people and cackling to yourself? Do you think you're some kind of god? Because you are definitely not. This ends today. We know what love is. Locke learned to celebrate life in the living. Cayenne's family lives on inside of him, and even Shadow found friendship. Edgar is now a wise king that will guarantee dignity and freedom for his people, and his brother will be there to back him up. Celes has found love with Locke, while Realm and Strago, their bond is stronger than ever. Setzer loves his airship, and Mog has his friends here. Kefka doesn't really appreciate our little speech, and says that for his next trick, he'll make us disappear. Fat chance, Kefka. I'd like to see you try. In an attempt to taunt us, Kefka ignites the countryside with the light of judgment, but it seems to backfire a bit. Suddenly, the area around him is engulfed in flames, and we're all riding on pillars of trash. I will destroy everything, he says. I will create a monument to non-existence. No. Life will go on, Kefka. As long as there are people and dreams, we will not allow you to harm another living thing. As if to accept our challenge, Kefka fires the light of judgment once more, but that will be the last time. As the scene pans back down to our party, it's time to go. It's over, Kefka. Now we'll have to determine the order for the final battle. I'm going to select Terra, Locke, Realm, and Sabin as our first four, but pick whichever characters you have that are the strongest. We'll follow them up with Strago, Edgar, Celes, and Shadow, and hopefully we won't need to get into Cayenne, Gogo, Mog, or Setzer. This is it, the final battle. We start at the bottom here against the Face and Arms. This is actually 3 bosses that we need to fight, and you'll see that the long arm is the easiest one to get rid of because it is not immune to death or petrification, so something like Doom or Break can kill it instantly. Strategically though, we don't want to kill off both arms before getting rid of the face, because if both arms are dead when the face is killed, it will use Quake as its death attack. There are obviously things we can do to mitigate the Quake spell, but the last thing we want to happen is for one of our characters to get killed just as we defeat the boss down here, because then they will be removed from the party as we move up to the next tier. The face has 30,000 hit points, it absorbs earth magic, and is weak against fire. The face is not especially dangerous. It likes to do annoying things like use R polarity to switch the rows, but that's something that we can easily fix by just using our own row command. When the face's health is reduced to around 10,000 or less, it'll start using attacks like Dread, which can petrify, or Slip Hit, which can cause sap, but most of our characters should be protected against those things. Do understand that if one of our characters is petrified when we move up to the next tier, that is essentially like being dead, and they will be removed from the party and replaced with the next character in order. As we move up here, I do want to mention that the short arm mostly just does physical attacks and it can counterattack you, and that's the last one that you want to clear. Well, there was 3 bosses down on the first tier, but there's 4 up here on the second tier, and by far the most dangerous one is Magic, and that's the guy on the left side that's pointing like he just made a first down. Magic can cast all kinds of powerful spells, but we can disable that guy by silencing him with a mute spell, so that's the first thing we want to do, and then we can mostly ignore that guy and just focus on the other 3. Tools is the gray machine looking thing in the middle, and Tools happens to be vulnerable to death magic, so we can cast Doom to quickly get rid of it, and if you have Strago in your party, he can use level 5 Doom, which doesn't miss. Once Tools has been scrapped, turn your attention to Tiger, which is the monstrous face on the right side. Tiger is very powerful and can hit our entire party with stuff like S-Cross or Flare Star, and that could be devastating. Tiger has 30,000 hit points, absorbs earth magic, and is weak against ice. Although you may want to use spells like Flare or Ultima, those also work well. Tiger is vulnerable to level 5 Doom, and that means if you use level 5 Doom against this group, you'll get both Tools and Tiger at the same time. Don't try to use regular Doom magic against Tiger, only level 5 Doom is going to work. Now, we've had a rough go with this battle. Terra is frozen, and Sabin was confused for a moment, although I purposely put in the wrong blitz input so that he wouldn't do anything too bad to our party. Flare Star may have been a gift there because it actually unfroze Terra. And now that Tiger is out of the way, we want to get rid of Hit, who is the Blue Man group reject on the right side. Hit is weak against poison magic and only does physical attacks. There are numerous ways to protect the party against Hit, including using Phantom's Fader magic, but most of our characters have such high magic evasion that it will be difficult for Hit to land any attacks. Ideally, we will take out Hit before killing Magic, so we kind of want to keep Magic alive. Hit is actually dead now and is doing its death attack, which is called 10 hits, and it will actually take 10 shots at our party. Now, most of those missed, but Realm is currently dead. However, the only boss left here is Magic, and Magic has been effectively neutered by the mute spell. This is our opportunity to prepare for the remaining 2 bosses. We can just sit here and start casting buffs on our party members until we are very ready for what's next. We'll make sure to bring back Realm, we'll heal the entire party, we can use the Osmose spell to drain magic points from the magic boss, and you should be able to completely fill up by doing that. The big thing that we want to do here is cast Life 3 on everybody, so that if any of our characters get killed, they will immediately come back to life. This can mitigate some of the death attacks from the next boss. There's really only one problem with doing all of this. Whenever we actually kill Magic, it does do a Dispel death attack, so some of our characters may lose their beneficial statuses, but at least several of them will still have it. Once you're ready to go, use whatever you want to finish off magic, but don't use too many magic points or resources to do this because we really just don't need to. The Bum Rush is great for this because it's free and it deals big damage. Otherwise, we'll just have our characters use some melee attacks, and that should get it done. Whenever you see magic cast Dispel, you'll know that it's been defeated, and it can use it on up to 2 of our characters, although we had a bit of luck here and it used it on Realm twice. The second Dispel doesn't really do anything. Our party is looking very strong as we move on to the 3rd tier, Girl and Sleep. The girl is the disembodied head that's floating at the top of this formation, and she's the one that we need to defeat first. She doesn't have a lot of hit points, only 9,999, but she absorbs all forms of elemental magic, so we need to use non-elemental type spells against her. Use stuff like Flare or Ultima would be good. We have to get rid of Girl first because she can revive Sleep if we were to kill it first, and would rather not have that happen. Both bosses have amazing weapons that you can steal with Lock. The Girl has a Ragnarok sword, and Sleep has an Atma weapon. Of course, you could equip them right now using the item command, but there's not much else you'll be able to do with them. If the girl uses her calmness technique, that will attempt to put one of your party members to sleep, which could be obnoxious. Now that the girl's out of the way, we can focus on the other boss. Sleep has 40,000 hit points and no particular weaknesses. It starts the battle with powerful magic like W, Wind, or Merton, and once its hit points are reduced to about 10,000, it'll start using Meteo, which, unlike Meteor, can be blocked. In this phase, it can counterattack anything with its Meteo spell, or with Train, which looks a lot like Strago's Grand Train, but it actually just inflicts the Darkness and Silence status on a character. Be careful with this one though, because sometimes when you see the darkness, you won't realize that Silence is also on there. When Sleep dies, it will use its version of Calmness, which can instantly kill 1 or 2 of your characters if it hits. This is one of the reasons why we cast Life 3 on everyone. And once those 2 are out of the way, it'll be time to face the final boss, Kefka. There he is in all of his evil glory. Kefka comes floating down, looking like some sort of angel from a Michelangelo painting. Of course, Kefka can't help it. He has to take a moment to monologue. Life, dreams, hope. Where'd they come from? And where are they headed? These things, I am going to destroy. You know what, Kefka? Your talk is cheap, you're not a man, you're throwing stones to hide your hands. Kefka has 62,000 hit points and opens up the battle by casting Fallen One, which will reduce every member of our party's HP down to 1. Very rude. We need to hurry up and use something like Cure 3 to heal the party, or Kefka will start picking us off one by one. Luckily, we're still in phase 1 of the battle, so we should have time to get that Cure 3 off. In the first phase of the battle, Kefka mostly uses physical attacks, his regular one or Havoc Wing, which deals 4x damage, but occasionally he does mix in some tier 3 elemental magic, so we do want to watch out for that. Of course, some of our characters are immune to it, so tier 3 elemental magic might not be that bad. Whenever the screen starts shaking, that means we've entered phase 2. Once the screen starts shaking, Kefka is charging up his ultimate attack, which is called Forsaken, but it also means he's down to around 32,000 hit points. While he's charging up this attack, he won't be able to counter us, but once he does use Forsaken, his counters will come online. If we can defeat him now, while the screen is shaking, he'll never enter his final phase and will never have to deal with his Ultima counterattack, which is the most dangerous thing Kefka can do. Now that was the basic strategy, but let's take a look at some more powerful things we can do to completely obliterate Kefka. This is what I like to call the Ultima strategy. We're going to have all of our characters cast Ultima, and Terra, who is equipped with the gem box, will cast Ultima followed by Quick, and then she can cast Ultima 4 more times, for a total of 5 Ultimas from Terra alone. That will almost be enough to clear Kefka by itself, so the other Ultimas that the 3 remaining characters were doing should easily push this over the edge. This strategy works so well that Kefka may be able to use his Fallen One spell, but we're going to hit him with so many Ultimas so quickly that he won't be able to progress into the second and third phases of his attack pattern, so he won't be able to really do anything to us. And here's another Ultima, and it shouldn't take too much more now. We'll queue up 2 more Ultimas, but I don't think it's going to take both of them. This one should be enough to defeat the boss. And with that, Kefka is defeated, and he only got off 1 attack that time. Now, what if we used the Quick spell combined with the Genji Glove Offering combo? This is a big debate which one of these 2 ideas is more broken. If your characters are strong enough, the Genji Glove Offering combo can potentially deal almost 80,000 damage in a single round of combat. Locke is only about level 80 here, so he's not quite getting that much damage output, although with the Atma weapon and Valiant Knife, he's able to ignore defense and hit very hard. Still, because he used the Quick spell, he's going to get a total of 16 attacks in here, and he was able to defeat Kefka before he even used Fallen One. If you have a character that's high enough level, the Genji Glove Offering combo can win in a single round of combat without even using Quick. Now let's take a look at the Imp Squad, and the Imp Squad is actually quite impressive against Kefka. We're going to have all of our characters jump, which will protect them from some of Kefka's more dangerous attacks, like Fallen One. 2 of our characters weren't even present when he used it, and then we can just send the ones that have a single hit point back to the sky where they'll be safe. The Dragon's Horn allows our characters to hit multiple times whenever they land, which can sometimes add up to big damage. And we've done it again. Kefka goes down. If you're having problems with Kefka, definitely try out the Imp Squad. It is surprisingly good. As Kefka fades away, all I have to say to this guy is, I hope you registered for classes at Clown College, because you just got schooled. And that's it. We've done it. We've beaten Final Fantasy VI. All we can do now is sit back, relax, and enjoy the cheesy ending. And enjoy it we will. This is a very long ending, easily one of the longest on the Super Nintendo. First off, I have to tip my hat to Kefka Palazzo. He's a villain that you love to hate, and it just makes it that much more satisfying when you see him turn to dust. Without the power of the statues to hold it together, the Tower of Trash is breaking apart. Suddenly, Terra collapses. Magicite crystals fly into the air and fade to dust. It seems that magic is disappearing from this world. But considering that Terra is part Esper, what does that mean for her? In any case, we've got to get out of here, and Terra promises to lead the party to safety with her last ounce of strength. And that brings us to the character-specific part of the ending. If you're missing any of these characters, you won't see their specific scene. Instead, you'll see a different scene that just has their portrait floating over a town or location associated with that character. We looked at these missing character endings back in part 2 of the guide, so if you're interested in seeing some of those, make sure to check that out. But we have all of the characters, so we should be able to see the complete ending here. So as the book flips open and the pages start to spin, we start with Cayenne Garamond. Now, if you like to pronounce this guy's name as Cyan, that's totally your choice, and when I was growing up, I always pronounced his name as Cyan, but in the Japanese version of this game, they spell his name out Cayenne, like the pepper, so it is very clear what the intent was, and I'm going to be calling him Cayenne for the rest of time. In Cayenne's scene, we are reminded that he doesn't like technology. He's your typical Luddite, but he has grown since the beginning of the game. Now he says, you just have to show technology who's boss. That completes Cayenne's character arc. Then, with a shower of playing cards, you gotta know when to hold 'em and when to fold 'em, because the next character is the gambler, Setzer Gabbiani. Unsure of whether to go left or right, Setzer flips a coin. The party begins to head to the left, but the coin suggests that they should go right. And it turns out, the coin was correct. The door on the left side explodes. Sometimes in life, you just have to feel your way through a situation. Setzer gives a shout out to his old friend Daryl as his story comes to a close. Next up, we see the coin that led to the crowning of the King of Figaro. It's time for the twin brothers, Edgar Roni Figaro and Sabin Renee Figaro. These two may be twins, but they couldn't be much more different. In their scene, Edgar rushes to the door, but suddenly a steel beam falls from the sky. Luckily, Sabin is there to catch it. Sabin finally tells us the truth. I didn't turn my back on the kingdom, big brother. I knew you'd be a better king. I trained hard knowing I might have to help you one day. Now we know why he has those stupid muscles. Next up, we have Mog as Mog. Moogles are such an iconic part of Final Fantasy, so it's really fun to have one as a permanent member of the team. In Mog's scene, he drops out of a pipe in Doom's room when suddenly the floor drops out from below him, and he's just hovering in midair by some sort of magic. Or maybe he's using his tiny wings, but we've never really seen Mog fly before. Edgar operates a crane and picks him up, and it's sort of like one of those arcade claw machines, and I assume that's intentional. There have probably been a lot of Moogle toys in claw machines over time. Next up, we see what appears to be a pile of human bones, and when the tiny Moogles approach it, its eyes light up, and it seems like they die. This is the Yeti Umaro's scene. Umaro is probably one of the easiest characters to miss, so I imagine a lot of people may not have seen this part of the ending. But whenever the door doesn't open, Umaro makes his own path, and he just busts through the wall on the left side. Well, I bet they're glad they brought Umaro with them. I'm not sure how they were going to escape otherwise. I guess to be fair, we didn't actually bring Umaro with us on our Kefka's Tower run, but he did show up there at the end. Next up is the other character that you can only get in the world of Ruin, the Mimic Go-Go. Go-Go's scene takes place in the small room where we were able to find a ribbon in the treasure chest, and we had to have Party 2 step on a switch so that Party 1 could move forward. In any case, it seems that Setzer and Edgar are stuck on the other side, but if both switches are pressed simultaneously, Celes and Go-Go can help them. And this is the perfect job for a mimic like Go-Go, but at the end of the scene, did Go-Go die? I'm not sure, but that is the last time we ever see Go-Go. Next up is the hero of the Veldt, Gau, and we see his diving helmet that somehow 3 people were able to use simultaneously. As Gau escapes with Edgar and Celes, it seems that he's found a shortcut, and he hops on a boulder, which he is able to ride all the way to the bottom of this hill. Celes and Edgar follow behind him, and it seems that Gau has found another shortcut, and this time he just tosses Celes over the edge. It's sad that things didn't work out for Gau and his father, but he has great friends now, and they can be his family. Next up, we see a scene starring Locke Cole, as well as Celes Cherie. Unlike the end of Final Fantasy IV, where we see a big wedding and the 2 romantic leads get married, we don't know what happens with Locke and Celes after this is all over, but I like to think that they're still together. As they all run to the right, Celes drops a ribbon and runs back for it. But the floor is breaking apart, and she almost falls to her death. Locke rushes over to save her, and as he grabs her arms, he promises that he will not let go. And unlike Rose from the Titanic, he actually means it. Locke says, "You almost ate it trying to pick up that silly trinket, but that was a ribbon, Locke. That thing protects against almost every negative status. That's one of the best items you can possibly have. I would definitely have gone back for that." As we get closer to the exit, we see a pair of martini glasses draped with a necklace. And this scene is for Tara Branford. Somewhat ironically, as the characters run through the remains of the Magicite research facility, the Magicite crystals they possess begin to fade away, and one of them is Tara's father, Modouin. "Tara, we must part now. We Espers will disappear from this world forever. But if the human part of you is very strongly attached to something or someone, you will probably be able to remain in this world as a human being." Thanks for that, Dad. But what will happen to you? What becomes of the Espers when they fade away? Do they simply cease to exist? Or do they exist somewhere else now, just in a plane of reality that we can no longer access? I guess we'll never know. With a glimmering magical paintbrush, the next scene is for Realm Aroni. As Strago and Realm run against the moving conveyor belt, Strago stops and rides it backwards for a moment. Realm tells him to stop goofing around and says, "If I hear even a peep out of you, I'm gonna draw your portrait." Strago quickly falls in line after hearing that, but in some ways Realm is serious. She really would like to do a portrait of Strago, but a nice one that won't murder him when he's not looking. Next we see this mysterious apple on the table, and it seems that this scene is for the Ninja Shadow because some tack stars come flying out of nowhere and perfectly hit the tiny fruit. Now, if you didn't save Shadow at the floating continent, you won't see this scene here. And it seems that he wants to leave his dog Interceptor behind. I'm not sure why he wants to abandon his dog, But I guess that he also abandoned his daughter and baby mama, so I guess that is Shadow's way. He tells Interceptor to stay well. As he flees, he stops to make a solemn promise to his old partner Baram. I'm going to stop running. I'm going to begin all over again. And that leaves only one more character scene. As the pages of the book flutter wildly, it's time for the blue mage, Strago Magus. Strago is probably the oldest character on our team, although I'm not 100% sure about Umaro, or maybe Setzer. But still, he's young at heart and says, "A kid like me doesn't know the meaning of defeat." Then he spryly hops up to the hook that leads back to the airship. Gotcha! As grandfather and granddaughter embrace, the scene fades to black, and then we see the book again. What character's scene would this be? And you! Aw, thanks, Super Nintendo! I always knew that deep down in your circuit boards, you always wanted us to succeed. Now, we've made it to the airship, but we're not out of the woods yet. Terra says, "Come with me," and takes off into the air. It's time to launch the Falcon. Just then, the last piece of magicite disintegrates. Terra? Maybe you should get on the ship. We're taking off now, and what happens when your power fades? You won't be able to fly anymore. But look at that. It stopped raining, everybody's in a play, and don't you know, it's a beautiful new day. Terra has turned gray because her power is fading, and then she starts to plummet from the sky. This seems bad, but outside of the town of Moblees, the children give her inspiration, and she picks herself up. Terra loves those kids like they were her own, and her attachment to them is what tethers her human side to this world. In the basement, it's finally time for Katerin to have the baby. Do it right, Katerin. Gotta hang in there. It may not seem like much, but a new birth in this post-apocalyptic world represents hope for all of humanity. Welcome to the human race. It's a celebration, Mr. Blue Sky's up there waiting, and today is the day we've waited for. The party, or at least most of it, shakes off their injuries on the deck of the Falcon. But where's Terra? And where's Gogo and Umaro? What happened to them? Well, Terra at least seems to be safe. She's collapsed in a heap out of exhaustion, but she's still alive. Terra thanks Setzer as he helps her to her feet. "Didn't I say it before?" he says. "This is the world's fastest ship." And that's it. Roll the credits. Unlike many other story-driven games, we don't really get to see much of what happens to our characters in the days, months, and years after the battle with Kefka. But I think we can safely assume that they all lived happily ever after. But I think it's about time we got to what you really came for. It's time to rank all 14 characters. This is my personal list. At the bottom of the list, at number 14, is Umaro. Sorry, Umaro fans, but not being able to control the character is a big minus. A lot of enemies do counterattacks, so having a character that is permanently berserk can put you in some bad situations. Umaro has good starting stats, but you can't raise his stats using espers, and you can't change his equipment, so that's why Umaro is at number 14. At number 13, I have Shadow. Shadow is a very cool character. I love the dog. But the big problem with Shadow is that in the early game, You have to sort of bend over backwards just to get him in your party. You might have to pay him money or make sure you leave an open slot on your roster. And then he might just bail on you. I really don't like that. Later on in the game, I'm always worried about losing Interceptor. You can lose Interceptor just by equipping and unequipping Cherub Down relics. I guess he's like, you were floating and now you're not floating? I am out of here. You also have to spend a bunch of money if you want to use Shadow to buy a lot of throwing items or other things that can be thrown, and I don't love that either. He can be equipped with some good gear, especially the Thief Knife, which can give him a way to steal from enemies, so that's good stuff, but abandoning the party, well, that really sets him back. Next up, I have Mog at number 12. Mog's Geomancer ability is pretty mediocre in my opinion, and I don't think I would ever really use Mog if it wasn't for the Moogle Charm. The Moogle Charm is really good though, and that's why he's at number 12. At 11 I have Cayenne, and I really want to like Cayenne, but his Sword Tech ability takes so long to charge up that I mostly just use the first level of it, which is pretty good to be honest. Cayenne gets some decent equipment, but I feel like his late game gear is lacking compared to some other characters. At number 10 I have Setzer. I have to give him some points because the airship is connected to him. You won't be able to use the airship without Setzer. And if you know how to manipulate the slots, they are extremely powerful and actually just downright broken. The fixed dice are also pretty good if you can get lucky. At number 9 I have Gau. Gau is a character that I didn't really like growing up, never was one of my favorites, but if you equip him with the Merit Award, Gau is super powerful. I think if I were to play this game again, I probably wouldn't try to get all of the rages, that's just too tedious. And it would actually just be better if I only had a few of the rages that I was actually going to use, so that I didn't have to sift through that entire menu looking for the appropriate rage. Most of the time, I just wanted Gau to use Stray Cat, and that was actually just good enough. At number 8 I have Go-Go. Not being able to equip Espers is a big minus for Go-Go, but everything else about the Mimic is amazing. Go-Go is my go-to for crushing the Colosseum, and at higher levels, the level bonus that you get to damage will help mitigate Go-Go's lower stats. At number 7 I have Celes. Her runic ability can be devastating against enemies that rely on magic, and she's one of the only characters that can use magic in the early game, so we do rely on her quite a bit. At number 6 I have Edgar. Edgar's tools are one of the most useful abilities in the early game, and the tools he has in the later game aren't bad either. They may not be as good as some other late game abilities, but Edgar is pretty solid. At number 5 I have Strago. He has pretty bad starting stats, but his lures, if you get enough of them, will give him something in his bag of tricks for every encounter. Level 5 Doom is especially good in some situations. Number 4 is Sabin. His blitz abilities always feel like they're a little bit too good, especially in the early game, so if you can perform those techniques, he's one of the most powerful characters. At number 3 I have Realm. Realm is a character that I didn't like when I was younger, but she has incredible starting stats, very high magic, and once you get the fake mustache, her control ability is incredibly useful. It's way better than Sketch. At number 2 I have Locke. Without Locke we wouldn't be able to get almost any of the best equipment in the game. His steal ability is useful throughout the entire journey, and he's able to equip some really good equipment. At number 1 I have Terra. Terra is one of the only characters in the early game that can use magic, so she's great then. And in the late game she gets the Morph ability, which makes her good at spells and melee attacks. Really, there's not much that Terra can't do. Terra can equip all of the best gear, and at level 99, she even naturally learns the Ultima spell. So that's why Terra's my number one. Let me know what your list is in the comments. As the game comes to a close, we take one last look at the landscapes of this world. It looks like these people are going to be okay. I'll never forget getting this game for Christmas back in the 1990s. The hours that I spent on it, the times that I stayed up all night with my friend playing the 2-player mode. It was all so much fun. And it still is. This game really holds up well. I want to thank everybody that watched this entire series. Making this guide was a ton of work. I knew it was going to be a lot, but it was way more than I'd ever anticipated. I want to give a big thank you to my wife who compiled all of that monster data and made those monster slides. Without all of her hard work, there is no way I could have finished this guide. I want to thank all the people that reached out to me via email to tell me about exciting tricks that I had missed, and I was able to include them in later parts of the guide. You know who you are. And finally, a big thank you to all the patrons of this channel, especially the ones that shared secrets about this game on our Discord. Without you, this guide wouldn't have been nearly as good. As the Falcon flies off in the distance at breakneck speeds, we see it one last time against the blue sky, before seeing the words, "The End." In a way, the end feels a little bit bittersweet. But as those sky blue letters float through the vast darkness of space, we know that once and for all, it's over. Well, I hope this guide was able to help you finally beat Final Fantasy VI, bringing sunshine back to the world of ruin. If it did, make sure to give it a like, and make sure to subscribe for more videos. Because while this fantasy may be final, there will always be another world with Moogles, Chocobos, and a guy named Sid. And that's why we'll be back again next week with another video game you can beat. Thanks for watching.